Is it always coming 7?
Now back to the basics. We just keep it moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now, we controlling with aces. Now tie up your laces. Ain't no tripping, we living this, giving the chase this. Now turn up the faces. We keep living this exquisite, we got it to face this. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit.
All you.
Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gonna stop and we living it up.
Thinking of a card.
Merry Christmas, but it's over.
Congratulations.
Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gonna stop and we living it up.
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EDT.
And welcome back to the European Poker Tour. This is your main event. We are live from Prague. That's right, it's main event day. 7 players remain. €1 million for your first place finisher. Are we all ready to go? My name is Spraggy. We are live across Spraggy TV, Twitch and YouTube. We will cover all of the action. We will not miss a beat until we crown your champion for 2025. You can follow all the action on the internet. You guys have got the internet, haven't you? You can follow along on x.com, Facebook, Instagram, youtube.com/Spraggy, and twitch.tv/Spraggy. Your chip leader, Bora Catullus, 12.325 million, 82 big blinds deep. He was having it all of his own way yesterday. Not such a great experience so far for Conor O'Driscoll. Down to 1.2, needs to spin quickly. I spoke to Conor very briefly last night. He wasn't too convinced about his King Jack bluff. I said to him, I'm not sure about trying to get a fold at the river, trying to get his opponent to lay down a big hand. We decided he may have stepped out of line, but he's back in line today. He's back in line with the 8 bigs. And hopefully, still possible for Conor to make a run at just over €1 million. And of course, the EPT title. We are back inside the card room. A reminder that we will play 30 hands per level. We will play 30 hands per level. There is no timer. I believe we are returning to 75k, 150k blinds. The stage is set. Now all we need, of course, is our players. There's our man Vokas. Vidislav Čech. Thumbs up. A wave to camera. Ready to play. Well rested, we hope. Here comes Matan Krakow, who was flying yesterday. Conor O'Driscoll. Come on, baby. Come on, spin it up, baby. There's Pawan Badsal, who spun it up before. Can he spin it up again? He comes in as one of the shorter stacks as well. He was just on FaceTime to me when he came in. Good luck with the stream, Spraggy. Thanks, mate. Dimitros Gatsas. Sitting next to Kostin Stanku. And check. And there's the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man with all the chips, Bora Catullus. Goodness me, I need a coffee. Goodness me, I need a coffee, I believe. We're hopefully, one would hope, we're in for a long day ahead of white-hot action here on the European Poker Tour. We've known, in the past, we've known our heads-up battles to rage on to the late hours, deep into the night. Looks like we're getting winners' photos lined up. Trophy in the foreground.
You go down. Yeah, you come here. Perfect. And you go down. No, yeah. Just to try the good angle.
Get one for the history books, one for the scrapbooks for these players. I hope Conor can last well today. 8 bigs. I hope he can get in there and spin it. I'd like to be able to root for Conor at the FT. I'd like to be able to sweat him all day long. Power Rocker says, what about the 30 hands per level change? We were previously playing 90-minute levels. And I think yesterday, in the second level that they played, or the second level where they had 30 hands per level,
Just a little.
it took them a little bit over 1 hour. About 1 hour and 10 minutes, I think.
Perfect like this. And you go a little out. More here. Perfect. You go a little. And you go near
To
the
me,
guy.
to you.
Yeah.
I've got something in this suit pocket,
He says,
and I'm hoping it's just wads of cash.
sorry?
Shut up, Conor. Can feel something on the inside pocket. Will it be wads of cash? Let us explore together.
Okay.
It's a tissue. And it's a packet of confetti wrapper from a
Smile,
wedding.
guys. Okay, stay for a second.
And I think that's it. Stay with me. Stay where you are. I did have time to make a coffee, didn't I? I knew I should have. I knew I should have made a coffee. Who you rooting for, chat? Who you got? Who you excited to see today? What's the prevailing wisdom of the chat? You are your own people. We are not a monolith here. I know that the bracket decided the eventual winner would be Vyacheslav Čech, who we see in the foreground, posing very handily. But who you got? Who you working for? Root's working for Czech, Team Vocas. Yo-Yo Skybomb Records, Bora.
Thank you and good luck.
He was a tough man to stop yesterday, wasn't he, Bora Katulis? Tough man to stop yesterday.
Not me. Not me.
A little more milling around. Shake out the cobwebs. Make sure you're ready for the fight. You don't want to enter the arena and end up tapping out like John Cena. Like the coward John Cena gave up yesterday with the eyes of the world upon him. That's not what we want to see at this feature table. Final table. 7 remain. Everybody has 150-something thousand euros locked up.
All right, guys.
Here we go.
Briefing from our side. This table is very, very, very huge. So we kindly ask you to, if
Can
you
I get
can,
everyone's phones, please? Phones,
Move
smartwatches,
them.
anyone with that still on them?
move the bets as closer as you can to us, and if you can spread them, like so, exactly. So we can see all the time how much you are betting, and we can announce it straight.
Say again, I didn't hear.
If you can put your bets, let's say, the closest you can to us, and if you can spread them, open it.
Yeah.
Let's say you're making 450, you just slide them down like that.
To do this
To count all the time.
Can I move my stack to here?
Sure, you can.
Yeah. Just keep the cards at least 2-3 seconds in the box.
This is mine, right?
That one, I guess. Because we are not using those two, no? 9 and 10.
I'm not using 9 and 10. This is 9 and 10.
So you have to put your cards over there.
Yeah, this one's mine.
1, 3,
You
4,
got two as
5,
well?
6, 7.
Boxes. So it's this
That
and
one
this.
is his, that one's yours.
Okay. Yeah, you are.
This is yours.
Here's the deal.
Good hand this one, bad hand this one, okay?
So
Don't tell the
just
other
some
ones.
pieces of information. Guys, if you just get your attention, please.
Accordingly.
So, welcome back for our final day of EPT Prague main event in 2025. Congratulations on getting this far.
Thank you.
A couple of things to note for today. As yesterday, we're still playing number of hands per level, and that number is 30. So, today we're going to start the clock displaying hand number 1. Once we start it, when the dealer riffles the deck for hand number 2, the clock is going to increase.
Okay.
So it's a little bit clearer. Everybody knows, okay, now we're on hand number 2, instead of trying to work out the opposite direction. Okay, so we're going to go up. As of today, the breaks, we're going to have them at 2 p.m., 4 p.m., 6 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. So regardless what point of the level we're in, that's when the breaks are going to start.
How long are the breaks?
So the first break's going to be 20 minutes, with a 2 15s and then a 30. So we're going to shuffle up. The button is in the same position it was yesterday.
Hello.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck. Good luck.
May the luckiest man win.
And here we go.
So we're gonna play 75, 150, 150.
Correct.
Button is there.
Now guys, wish the best of luck. And here we go, 75, 150. The end of it, please.
Glenn, just making sure everybody is across our rules,
Now you go one of these cards.
regulations,
You still
and timings for today.
Sorry, guys.
It's alright.
That's, you know, like...
Start again. Start again. That was a warm-up. That one doesn't count.
You shouldn't have looked. Time on the big final day, man. I screw up for the time. Yeah, but...
Drop the cards.
False start. It was just we're practicing.
I apologize.
Here are your commentary teams.
You know he's the lucky one, so you're already trying. Appreciate the effort.
At the bottom of the screen. Pirate Radio not listed. Intercepted underground broadcast here at Spraggy TV not listed. But rest assured, we will be bringing you all the coverage of this main event final table, as I mentioned. At the top of the show, we will not miss a beat. We won't miss a moment. We'll see every hand, every bust out, every elimination, every decision. Well, Catullus under heavy steam yesterday. Running away with it like a steam train. Picks up ace king first hand in the hijack. Continuing
Big stack bully.
as he means to go on. No action for Catullus. He is 1-0. Catullus's name, Catullus's t-shirt, we believe it's Bora Bora. His name, Bora Catullus. Perhaps a nice trip to Bora Bora for Mr. Catullus should he ship a milli. Mr. Conor O'Driscoll in the hijack with ace jack. 10 big blind steep. 8 big blind steep. Wonder if that kicker is working well enough with his ace to consider shipping this one all in. I would imagine Conor's done his homework overnight with this distribution and understands pretty well how to play his 8 big blind stack. Does decide it's just a little bit too wide. I think I would agree. I think we want something a little stronger can definitely still afford to fold some of these ace-x hands. So the baton passed to Krakow for the first raise. Bumps it up with 6-7 of clubs. Stanchu on the button with ace-3 of spades. And a delicate distribution of chips. He's got 5 million. Krakow, 9 million. It's Krakow second in chips. Stanchu third. So definitely a spot with the short stacks where Stanchu might feel he doesn't want to tangle with a bigger stack too often. And the danger of making too many of these 3 bets is you are very limited given the pay jumps in how many hands you can 3-bet call. So we do tend to build around aces, kings, queens, unsure whether we can ever think about getting money in the middle with jacks, 10s. I don't think so. Maybe even queens third versus second. We're going to be making a lot of chips, of course, with a 3-bet. But we might not be making money if we 3-bet call getting queens here. So we are very limited in how many hands we can 3-bet get in. Therefore, we proceed with quite an aggressive amount of caution in these spots. Stanchu at the moment throwing caution to the wind. And look at this. Krakow peels with a 6-7 of clubs, out of position, but does have the benefit of covering the stack and the ability post-flop to threaten the stack. Let's see where the flop would like to coordinate, and it coordinates around both of these players quite well. Open ender for Krakow, got shot for Stanchu with the backdoor spade draw alongside. And the issue we might see for Stanchu is one of equity realization, even if he has the best hand. How often is he able to steer that hand to a showdown? How often is he going to be able to double barrel, triple barrel? The punishment for double barreling or triple barreling into a call is really severe, more severe on the final table than anywhere else. So his ability to bluff and his ability to showdown will be hindered by the nature of the chip stacks. Wonder whether we want to take a free card here or whether we're going to continue our story of having an overpair. There are some considerations for facing a check raise and having to bet fold our hand or inflate the pot with our hand. But Stanchu comes out firing 500,000 on the flop, 550,000 on the flop, little juice on it. Krakow, of course, going to continue. Looks like we're seeing him continue for a call. I'm not sure about a check raise from Krakow with this particular hand. Not really a hand we want to check raise fold or check raise run all the money in against aces. What an absolutely impeccable turn for Matan Krakow. Just rolls off the nuts in a 3-bet pot. And look at this visual tell, perhaps, just immediately looking over at his opponent's chips and now down at his own. So why might we see a lead strategy here? Why do we see Krakow employ this lead? And it's going to be to prevent pot control. Stanchu, the stack that is covered. So there are some ideas of him not wanting to perhaps put all of the money in, especially on a somewhat coordinated turn. Is he going to value bet thinly himself with a jack? If he bluffs something pre-flop like ace-jack or king-jack? Or even if he has a hand like the one that he has, you know, or say he has ace-4 of clubs. Or let's say he has ace-5 suited. Stanchu very heavily incentivized against someone who has him covered just to check back the turn. So Krakow removes that option from his arsenal. He says, no check backs for you, sir. It's 725k to play. And that pot control option is just snatched away from Stanchu. I think fortunately for Stanchu, his hand not particularly strong. His draw even not particularly nutted. And he's going to be able to get away. But Krakow just ensuring here that we put more money in against a hand like queens, kings, aces, or a jack on the turn card with the lead.
It'll be fun to watch this one.
But a very fun start. Yeah, 3-bet pot. Check call flop lead turn. Very interesting. Stanchu, of course, will be relieved once he watches back to the stream to see that his opponent did have the nuts.
Yeah, things got rough after really the first day's going great. I think on the bottom line, I ended every day in the top 10 of chips, but there was really, one moment that I knew could come after rising in chips continuously. I knew it was bound to happen and I would also get knocked down, and I was, talking to myself and saying you need to be strong when it happens and keep playing your A game, and really it happened. I needed to get a little bit lucky with passing a couple of flips when I was very short. But great feeling to have managed to build the stack back up again.
And is there any players on this final table that you're kind of aiming to target today or kind of getting in hands with?
Even if I were, that I would keep to myself, but mainly just aiming to make the best decisions within myself and play the best to my ability and do as good as I can.
Don't give up the secrets. Can't give up the secrets. So, our chip leader Bora Catullus into the big blind. Conor O'Driscoll under the gun with the 8 bigs. About to get hit with 150k with 150k ante. We're playing 75k, 150k. Conor, 1.25 million, thereabouts. Well, cards are going back in the box. It's like Conor might be considering his actions. Let's find this ace-x hand again. But first to act, offsuit. Five kicker. Decides against. Krakow raising 8-9 suited. It's on you, sir. Mr. Bansal, it's on you, sir.
5 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time bank in play. 9 deuce offsuit versus early position. He's just realized it's on him. He hasn't been tanking at all. You saw that little... He was like, oh, shit. He definitely didn't realize that the action was on him. I don't think. Catullus defends the 6s. We could see a monumental clash here. 12.5 million for Catullus. Krakow not far behind now with 11. It's ace-9 deuce rainbow flop.
Check.
I think Krakow has a very viable strategy to just c-bet his entire range here. Even versus the chip leader. We haven't seen Catullus get aggressively out of line over the last 3 days. Immediately profitable bet from Krakow with everything that he opens. Catullus getting a little stubborn, of course. Pocket 6s, ace-9 deuce. King on the turn will take the sting out of this one, for the most part. Krakow not really needing to bluff. Seems quite thin to try and extract further streets. We're going to go check, check. Board runouts not conducive to Catullus showing down a winner. He chooses not to turn the 6s into a bluff. Check, check. 9's good. And on that run out, Krakow would be quite relieved to be able to tap back 100%. Ready Birdies Eric said it had a tissue and confetti in the pockets. The jacket did, yes. It's a second wear. Fresh still, third time would be near criminal, however. Well, the jacket has not been dry cleaned since I wore it to the wedding that I went to a few months ago now. But here's the thing. I thought since I'm not leaving the house, doesn't matter too much. The low quality webcam probably washes out a few of the beer stains across the jacket. So I think we're safe. I don't think anyone's noticed. Never went pod says I'm here for the Conor O'Driscoll scum run. Let's get this train rolling. Well, here's a big hand for Conor O'Driscoll scum run because 8 big blinds deep. He's in the big blind for 2 of them. 1 for the big blind, 1 for the ante. Unfortunately, it looks like Krakow raising under the gun, Stanchu with the ace queen. It might be tough for Conor to get involved. Look at this. Stanchu just releasing the ace queen versus under the gun. And I think this is a really good fold. We can see that Krakow has ace 9, but you don't want to mess around. When you're third in chips, you don't want to mess around with someone who covers you in early position. And I think we don't want to make this pot any bigger with a lot of the deck. An ace queen offsuit is a pretty solid fold given, of course, given, I mean, it should go without saying, but given the fact that we're final table and ICM implications here. So here is Conor. Maybe his options for getting involved do open up to him with the Stanchu release. 5-4 off. Certainly feels like he wants to defend. He is shallower. It's going to allow him to realize his equity more readily. Get the money in when he flops connections to the board. We'll see what the flop brings for Conor. But you'll notice that there's already 825,000 in the middle, and he's got just 775 back. It's a disastrous attempt at the scum run from Conor. Krakow almost certainly betting and take it. It is a little awkward for him, perhaps, with a pot size bet left. Does he just shove? Does he bet small? Call off? Doesn't matter in this instance. He's going to go for the small bet. Conor's out of town. Boo this flop. Boo this flop. Not what we wanted for Mr. Conor O'Driscoll, and we're big Conor O'Driscoll fans around here. That's the beauty of the underground pirate stream. I can be as biased as I like. Sixth hand of the day. A reminder that we're playing 30 per level. And 7-handed, of course, for Conor. Those blinds are going to hit him with a greater frequency. He's going to have a free few and then straight back into the big blind for another 150k big blind, 150k ante, so another 300,000. He's in the small blind now, of course, 75k, which leaves him about 700,000 chips. Jack 10 suited for check. Even hands like this become quite awkward with Bora, Catullus to his immediate left, chip leading. Conor with the rejamming stack in the small blind. I do think we're going to have to be careful with our opens. Jack 10 suited about strong enough, but Jack 9 suited probably a pip too wide at this stage. Conor finds the ace 8 versus checks open. He's just getting a count of his own stack. No, his hand...
600,000?
Yeah, he probably feels it's strong enough. There's just some consideration that check, obviously, as we just spoke about, has to be very limited in his opens. But Conor makes the shove, and check, of course, is going to be priced in with the Jack 10 suited. So we've got the all-in and the call. It's Conor O'Driscoll at risk early at this EPT main event final table. You might need to get rooting for Conor in the chat. Ace-8 versus Jack-10. He does have the lead. Will it persist?
If I win this, I'll be 6 of 7.
6, 7.
But to me, it would help.
Now it's not the time for memeing. Now it's not the time for memeing. Ace in the window.
What's gonna happen?
Ace 3-3. It doesn't seem particularly troubling for Conor. It seems pretty easy to double up from here. But 5% of the time, not this time. Scum run activated. Conor O'Driscoll back in the game. Our guy, Vidoslav Čech, Vokas from the Twitch chat, hangs around this stream a lot. If it could have been against anybody else, we would have preferred it. It's a setback for him.
Yeah,
and it does mean that he is now the shortest stack.
7 now? My position, 6 of 7? I should have just said it once. Overdo it.
Saying it once is overdoing it. 6-7 memes.
See, this is the part of the game when I...
Disgrace is what it is. It's a disgrace.
When I need to get lucky, it's like...
I think you were okay. Like, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, I know, but...
Once he goes all in for 5 big blinds, was it?
Yeah, and I counted with, you know, call every time, but I meant the actual flipping.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you could have started with the last 3 being the flop. That would have been a...
Yeah. I mean, 8, 9, 3, 3.
Ace 9, 8. Yeah, Ace 9, 8 being the flop would have been helpful. Ace 3, 3 was pretty buzzkill. I mean, it's hard to have Jack 10 drawing almost dead on the flop. Such a good hand.
You know, I really wanted Conor to win. I really wanted him to spin up.
Well, it's been a pleasure, guys.
Don't talk like that, Vokas.
Good luck.
Don't talk like that, my friend. He says, it's been a pleasure, guys, and shoves all his chips into the middle. King Jack suited. Gets it through Conor, of course. Crack out in the small blind with ace 6. And we can see that he's got the best hand, but will he feel like Czech is jamming too many aces that dominate him? Or will he feel like his price is good? No.
I survived.
He survives.
Belief. Another hand.
100 a time.
Let's look at our rail. What do we got? Some Irish flags for Conor. Do we recognize anybody here? I don't. Folded to check again, 9 deuce. Not having it, mate. Not having it. Bora Catullus already chips in hand. King 10 offsuit. Chip leader. Bora Bora bound. Sevens for Conor. Catullus definitely showed a willingness yesterday to raise more liberally than he had in previous feature table appearances. That, of course, a product of the fact he's got 12 million now, chip leader, able to throw that stack around a little. I think that will just give Conor the confidence that Catullus raise folding enough of the deck that we might consider a shove. But certainly awkward, difficult, fragile, in a sense of Vidoslav Čech now being shorter than him. Don't forget, you've got a near 50,000 euro pay jump in vision. So Conor comes in with the re-raise, comes in for the 3-bet. Bumps it up to 1 million. He's making a size that commits if Catullus wants to go with it. But obviously will allow him to get away if there's a shove behind and Catullus calls, for example. He'd be able to fold, keep 800k and find a ladder. I think Catullus actually will find this more awkward to deal with than if Conor had just shoved. He should treat it one and the same. But we're looking at about a 13 big blind jam. Conor's going to get it through. Scum run continues. He's really spinning up. We saw Bansel do this yesterday from 2 blinds up to 30 in quite a rapid pace. Conor O'Driscoll now, 2.5 million. Has got more chips than Demetrius Gatsas with 2.3, more chips than Powan Bansel with 1.9, and more chips than Vidislav Čech, who's your shortest stack with 10 blinds. So Conor, no longer in his little 6-7. He's now 4 of 7. Ice Scorpio says the raise way better than shove there. Great play. Yeah, just Conor, just aware of being... He did something similar yesterday, or rather his awareness of that yesterday. He flatted an all-in with ace-queen for about 40% of his stack, but then facing the jam behind from the pocket queens, if you remember, of Krakow, he was then able to fold. Whereas if he'd have reshoved and the queen's calls behind, he'd have been out of the tournament. So Conor just realizing that he could make a pay jump. If someone behind him wakes up with a hand to shove, and then someone behind him wakes up with a hand to shove, and then Catullus calls, he can just bin his 7s. Swanee says, Spraggy, how could you not notice a true legend in the crowd? Was that you? Was that the implication? I thought I recognized you. Swan 97 on the rail. Rooting for Conor. Swanee or what? Says tut tut. Don't you tut tut me. So queens for Catullus, queen 10 for Catullus, queen 10 for Bansel. Same hand, but Catullus with the chip lead. Catullus in position. And obviously shared cards means they're going to miss the flop more frequently. Ace 7-3. Both players do miss. Catullus from under the gun. 400,000. Meteor C-bet here. Goes for about half pot. We did see him yesterday use some really small C-bet sizings. Saw him bet 1 big blind a lot. I recall him betting 100k into like 400 or 500k quite often. On some quite connected textures too. So interesting that he goes for half pot on a 7-3 rainbow. It's enough to get the job done. The load says, I get ICM implications. But I kind of miss when final tables were a lot more of everyone playing for first and not afraid to get it in as much. If you go back and watch EPT Retro, and I did some commentary for Retro EPTs a few years back, the concept of ICM is completely alien. Obviously, these days, people have a pretty keen sense of it. If not playing perfectly within the model, they have a general idea that, oh, I've got to play a bit tighter so that I don't bust. Or I want to try and find a ladder, so I'm gonna fold more. But back in the day, you watch those old EPT final tables, and it's like chip leader versus second. 3 people are very short. Someone gets king queen, someone gets 5s, and they're like, raise, re-raise, all in, cool, it's a flip. Damn, I lost. You're right. It's a lot more carefree. It's a lot more go for the win. I ain't come here to fold type operation. But yeah, these days we are, I guess, just a little bit more appreciative of trying to make money. And the best way to make money is to be respectful of the fact that you need to outlast the short stacks. It's very tricky sometimes in a tournament like this. Gatsas with the king queen on the button. He will appreciate that Krakow opening fairly wide. 15 big blinds deep. I think there's some argument for making a very small 3-bet here. Maybe small 3-bet fold. The only thing that I would be concerned about is the fact that Krakow peeled a 3-bet earlier today out of position. And we know that he had the 6-7, but I wonder if Gatsas is reading anything into that. Whether he's, of course, considering a reshove. I don't think we really want to call too much. Yeah. So I think I agree with Gatsas' line here. He's going to go for the small 3-bet to 750. It's going to allow him to get away if Krakow decides to ship it all in. But immediately winning versus some of the more liberal opens from Matan in the hijack. You know, we can imagine a world where Krakow raising Jack 10 offsuit, Queen 10 offsuit, Queen Jack offsuit, Ace 7 offsuit, and just getting binned. Even a hand like pocket threes is a little tricky. Krakow decides to peel one off, getting a good price. Just less than one pot size bet remaining. And we must feel that Ace-9-4 is a board where Gatsas is going to make a play at this. A lot of its range, a lot of its 3 bets pre-flop will be, of course, Ace-King, maybe Ace-Queen at 15 blinds deep as well. Maybe we play some shoves in that region. But if he's bluffing here, we will occasionally see a suited ace, a suited wheel ace, something like Ace-5, Ace-4. So I think in general, a decent board for him. We'll see a very small bet come out. And that's just going to elicit a fold from the better hand. Well found from Gatsas. Well executed. Yeah, as I was saying about ICM, it can be tricky in tournaments like this where... So we take a look at Dimitris Gatsas' live earnings, coming up 500,000. 14th here last year, of course. We do have a fairly top-heavy structure. It's $1 million for first, 600k for second, 450k for third. So there's a bit more of a sense of the value of playing for the win. And ICM doesn't really account for having a big stack very well. It's not a perfect model in that winning chips and covering table allows you a lot of future game pressure, etc. However, you don't want to get caught up in a model and think, I want to try and play for the win because it's top heavy. Because you do often see deals at the EPT final tables, right? We might get down to 3 players and they say, let's even it out a little bit. Let's take some money off the table. Does anyone really want to play a 400,000 euro heads-up match? We see that often. So you don't want to get caught up with thinking, okay, I've got to play for the win because it's top-heavy, but actually they'll end up being a deal anyway, maybe, right? The Bansal with the 10s, he is one of the short players, 11 bigs. But he has enough hand that he wants to try and induce some action, not playing the shove. And building this range is just going to allow him to steal more often from the button if he wants to do that. If he's going to have the good hands, he can mix in some cheeky steals that won't cost him his whole stack. He's inviting Catullus into the pot with Queen 9. And a very important pot for Parwan Bansal. Our 11th hand at this final table today. I think Ace-9-4 he'll be somewhat content. Just because Catullus is going to shove pre-flop at these stack depths. With less than 10 big blinds deep. Catullus is going to jam some of the aces pre-flop. So whilst Bansal won't be immediately happy about an ace, it's perhaps not as bad a card as you might think. And so Bansal just betting 175. And finds Catullus with a hand that is very happy to defend, a hand that Bansal has dominated at the moment. Turn is a 4. which definitely brings some three of a kind into play for Catullus. I think some players will find a lead on the turn. It's very important to only lead the turn here if you have more fours than your opponent. Obviously, Catullus defending off all those chips will make a four more often than Bansal. So he might want to build out some leads. Chooses not to. And does Bansal now feel that his hand can bet for value? He does. I really like this from Bansal. Just correctly identifying that Catullus' range doesn't contain many aces. And he goes really small as well to just keep Catullus interested if he has a 9. This is a really, really nice value find from Bansal. The heart drops in on the river. I think there's every chance he might decide he's done. Catullus is going to have an ace occasionally. I don't think makes a flush that often, but occasionally. Has a 4 occasionally. So yeah, Bansal's had enough. He's got his fill. But it's a pretty nice fill with the 2 10s. It's a pretty nice fill. Isn't it, Finton? Finton hand, better known as Easy with Aces, online. Drop it in for 107 months.
I couldn't.
I would have a million more chips if you did.
After they were. So.
If you try to tell me you have a flush there, I would have a million more chips.
Finton subs and says, smart by bench, ready for court. Unbelievable. Finton. Actually, I don't know what's on that at the moment. Nothing. Finton, look what I had ready to go. This will break your heart. Could have been us. It should have been us. King Jack for Krakow. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Top WWE production would have my music playing right now. Run into the ring. Rips off his shirt. Finton and Spraggy forever on it. Banging a chair. Catullus and Krakow. Chip leader versus chip leader. A fold of the ace-jack. You don't want to tangle with the chip leaders in this distribution. It's a really haves and haves-nots distribution. These guys have got about 75 blinds each. Krakow and Catullus. Just big giants. Strolling around the table. And then you've got 23 bigs, 23 bigs, 17 bigs, 14 bigs, and 8 bigs. So it's really, really important that you don't bleed chips and become someone who goes like Costa Sanko is 3rd at the moment, but only 5 or 6 big blinds away from being 6th. And the difference between 3rd and 6th is like 250k, €250,000. So they'll stay out of trouble against the big stacks. Right now we're seeing big stack clash, big stacks button heads a little bit. Catullus, with a somewhat wide peel on the flop, rolls a queen on the turn. And it's a queen that's licensed for Krakow to fire again. He's going to want to try and fold out an ace high. Maybe apply pressure to a hand like 6s or 7s. Picks up the gut shot, so fires 900,000. And having peeled the flop with queen high, Catullus makes a queen. And then throws it in the bin.
You can struggle.
Sleeping.
Matt in Krakow, 44 years old, is the poker manager for an online site.
Sleeper straddle. Very good.
And it says here, fun fact, he co-wrote the Elio Lesra autobiography. Autobiography, no, biography. Auto's when you do it yourself, isn't it? Like, what's the other one? What am I thinking of? It's when you do it to yourself. Auto... Oh, yeah. So, yeah, biography. Biography is when someone else writes it. What's a memoir, then? What's a biopic, then? Kexmoni says an obituary. That's a whole different thing. If you co-write it with the person, is it still an autobiography? What about a ghostwriter? What if you have a ghostwriter?
You needed that flop when you had the... Well... It's okay. He made a comeback to make this. So.
Find out what Curtis Brown says. Looking well, chef. Thank you. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper.
So when he is coming
Oh, it says looking well, chief.
I'm not quite sure it works like that.
Thank you.
Final table is usually the shorty keeps surviving. Everyone's pissed off. When's the pay jump gonna come? So I think we're gonna be fine.
I learned from Martin Jacobson how to play a short stack.
Yeah?
Did you see his run at the World Series main event? He was by far the shortest in chips, and he just kept increasing slowly, and he ended up winning the event. I think it was 9 of 9, 8 of 8, 7 of 7, just grinding.
Seems like a good idea. Martin Jacobson played Conor Beresford heads up at the UK IPT in London in the main event. And defeated him.
Crossing my toes for you.
Slayed the beast. Martin Jacobson, former WSOP main event winner, UK IPT main event winner.
I don't have the skill.
Good man to learn from.
I can't do it.
You didn't try hard enough.
Krakow applying pressure with 6-3 of clubs, blind v blind. And whilst we do want to avoid too many big collisions, I think playing in position versus a wide range, blind v blind, queen 10, we've got to take a stand some of the time. Stanshu takes a stand with queen 10, off to a flop. 7-3-4. Miserable, disastrous. But hopefully not too dangerous for Stanshu. Doesn't connect in any meaningful ways. Won't get tangled up here with any backdoor equities. Krakow raising a lot of these low parts of the deck. Obviously going to have 2 spades sometimes, 1 spade a decent chunk. So Krakow bets and Krakow wins. Stanshu shortened to 19 blinds, and that gulf continues to open up. As we will expect it to. Between 2 big stacks, no one can really fight back, so they're going to have their own way at the table as much as they'd like it. You will see that divide continue to grow until someone rips it all in search of their double up. 89 big blinds for Matan Krakow, and crucially that means that he is your table chip leader. Bora Katulis around the 11 million mark, having peeled the queen jack, made a queen and folded. What's online today? Is it BSOP main today? $1 million guaranteed BSOP main event today on PokerStars or what? Sunap says, Catullus cannot win this. Unbelievable play with the Queen Jack, calling light on the flop, hitting and then folding. Krakow has great edge so far, dominating this table. Stanchu unbelievably tight, folding that ace queen before versus chip leaders under the gun raise. That's just nicely navigating so far. The pressure of the stack depths and Vance are the same. Conor can find his scum run, focus on the fence. This is very interesting dynamic on the table. Tell us how you really feel. Not my words, the words of Sonap29. Full rundown. Do we agree, chat? I don't think the ace-queen fold under versus the under-the-gun open is particularly egregious. I think you do have to play very, very tight versus the initial raise from chip leader. So actually, I would say he's probably navigating the ICM and the dynamic quite well. Probably. Queen Jack was certainly strange. But, you know, maybe the graphic was wrong. Maybe he just didn't want to tangle with a big stack.
Deuce! Ah, deuce!
Fist bumps all round. Vocas raises, gets a fold from a deuce in the big blind.
That was too funny. Instant karma.
Well, yeah. when you see the deuce in the end, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eight, 7 suited for Conor. Nice looking hand, but not at this stage. Under the gun 1. Breaks your heart to throw it away though, doesn't it? Breaks your heart to throw it away. Team Ram says, what part of Ireland is that Irish thing from? Sorry, do you mean Conor O'Driscoll? Derber says that's a stream of Conor, right? It is. If you want to watch Conor O'Driscoll play poker on Twitch, maybe you need to talk to somebody. But you can do so at COD Poker, C-O-D Poker. That's COD, not Call of Duty. Conor O'Driscoll. But he streams very often, yeah. It says here in my chat, please make sure you give COD Poker a follow at twitch.tv/COD Poker. Please, oh, please do. I won't sleep tonight if we don't. A9 suited a lot easier for Krakow to raise with all the chips. Plenty more opportunities to apply pressure, make good hands. Catullus in the big blind with ace king. Now this is really intriguing. How is he going to continue with the ace king here versus the big stack? Do we ever just want to call? I think so. Aggressively second. Like way out in front of third. And we're so limited in how often we want to get all the chips in the middle against Krakow. But Catullus does come in for the 3-bet. I would love to see Krakow just peel one off in position. 10 million chips deep. First, covering second. Got a hand that can flop very well. The only bad side of 8-9 suited is the 10-jack queen cooler, which we spoke about before. Like, you would almost rather have 6-7. 7-8. Because if you do run into the straight here, if you make a straight with 8-9 and 3-bet pots, you are up against 16 combos of ace-king. So this is like a potentially dangerous hand. Jack 7-7 is a gut shot for Krakow. Catullus starts with a check. I think if we are going to 3-bet, as Finton says in the chat, which once upon a time he would have said on the broadcast, you probably do want to go a little bit bigger, out of position, benefit from a little bit more fold equity. Catullus has invited Krakow into the pot, and with a check on the flop, invites him to take a stab at it. Krakow does. And Catullus now exactly where we don't really want to be. On final tables, he's in a bluff catch situation. He's in a guessing game situation. He knows that he's still going to have the best hand sometimes. And he still knows he's going to have the best hand sometimes. We could see that Krakow, once again in a 3-bet pot, for the second time today, has drilled a straight. 7, 8, 9, 10, jack. 3.7 million chips already in the middle. This is more chips than anyone else at the table has in their stack. But Catullus, with not a lot of vision of his opponent's range or hand, I think very reasonable to expect Krakow to bluff here with something like King Queen even, or maybe Ace-X of clubs, or some sort of flush draw combination. Either front door or back door. Goes in search of value for 2 million.
We're gonna see it anyway, come on. In about 12 hands time.
When you know, you know.
Interesting. Very interesting. You have some ideas as to what might be happening? I think it's, I thought the same thing yesterday, that, you know, he was taking all the spots, and then I go back home and see the stream and I see that this is what living in first class is like. So maybe, who knows.
So Krakow absolutely cooking
Hmm?
at the start of day 6.
Yeah, you should.
Probably.
Probably.
Did you have better than ace high?
No, I have ace high.
Ah, okay. Good fold.
The best ace high.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't say.
7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass.
King Jack for Bansal, coming in for a raise again in the cutoff. 3 shorter stacks than his, I think. Two shorter stacks than his. Will Catullus fight back with ace-2 suited? Bansal will be opening very tight here.
All in.
Wow, Catullus does fight back. Does rip it in his face.
6 pass.
I don't think Bansal is going to want to call it all off with King Jack O.
2 pass.
Deuce kicker. Jamming into a tight opening range. But not an opening range devoid of folds. Catullus recapturing a little bit of the momentum that he had yesterday. Setback for Bansal down to 13 bigs. Conor with 11. Bit of slab check with 8. Pretty aggressive pickup. The joy of the deuce is you're never blocking any of the opens that Bansal will raise and fold with. Joy of the ace is you're blocking all the good hands that Bansal will raise and call with. So a nice hand selection.
1 pass.
Do wonder how often Bansal is going to play raise fold in this dynamic. How wide he might be. King Jack definitely going to be bottom for him. An ace-5 offsuit here, for example, folding for sure.
2 pass.
So it's Bora Catullus' button. Conor 1 to his left in the small blind.
300,000.
But very importantly, he is opening into the chip leads in the big blind. So Catullus himself will have to just watch his range a little bit. Here comes Krakow, who we learned was a poker manager for an online poker room, and now working the 9 to 5 at the final table. 10, 9, 7 is the flop. Fairly coordinated, fairly connected. Preference is definitely going to be for some check behinds from Catullus. He checks behind about 0.4 seconds after Krakow checks. We're racing through this hand. Check, 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 check. Both players kind of signaling that they have showdown value, no intention of bluffing. Catullus doesn't strike me as the sort to go particularly thin and try and milk his king 9 at any point. I do think Krakow be quite... Oh, hello. This is going to be a little bit too greedy. Goes for the 225. Trying to get paid by a 7. Trying to get paid by ace high maybe. Maybe something like pocket 6s. Pocket 8s. But just a little bit too thin. Just cuts himself a touch on the king 9. And poor Catullus is a civil engineer. And should he go on to win the whole thing, lift the trophy, he will be the first ever Turkish EPT main event winner. Total live earnings of 58k. But that's old news because he's already got 150-something thousand euro locked up here in Prague.
One pass. Two pass.
All these guys handcuffed by the deck at the moment, getting dealt dust and dusting it. Catullus in the bin. Conor on the button. Also in the bin. Thank you, Conor. It's very diligent of you. Make sure we've got vision of it. Thank you. We appreciate you. We do. We saw Matan Krakow raise before in the small blind with 6-3 suited into stand shoe. And he raises the queen 5 again. Immediate fold. 21 hands down. We are playing 30 hands per level. No timer on the PokerStars live final tables these days. Time is so very passé, isn't it? We just count hands now. Everybody's got a good idea of how often they'll pay a big blind at a certain level. There's no stalling to try and get someone into the bigger big blind from short stacks, that sort of nonsense. Elimination of nonsense, always appreciated. Black Elf on Twitch says, I believe in the Conor dream. Colin says, come on, Conor. Got some Conor fans in the chat. They do exist.
You have the right cards, yeah. Definitely.
What about this sort of hand? I think we can definitely play raise fold again. But we are going to be very tight. Queen Jack suited going to make the threshold? Sure. Queen Jack offsuit, probably King Jack offsuit, maybe even King Queen offsuit, probably not. Under the gun in this setup. But Bansel's trying to get a cheeky one through. How will Krakow evaluate his range? And he folds the ace-9 here just because he's aware how tight Bansel's going to be opening.
5 minutes.
I'll tell you on the break. I don't want yet.
Okay,
I will tell you on the break.
Okay,
You don't have to wait.
they will tell me.
Yeah.
Not the way most people vote. You're unique.
I can keep my secret for 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. 5, 8, 7, 8. 7 hands.
That is a
30 hands we
quick
play.
7
Yeah?
hands.
He plays 30 hands, yeah?
I don't know. You know what I mean.
No 30 hands.
I'd already seen a lot of my peers here come back from the dead. So it was already like I had motivation that if these guys can do it, so can I. And you know, it's poker. Nothing is lost until you have chips in your stack. They say chip in a chair, and it was pretty much literally the case for me yesterday. And I'm glad I was able to spin.
Okay, nice. And you used to be a sprinter with a personal 100-meter PB of 11.4 seconds. Does it feel better to run good on the track or run good on the table?
Oh, definitely, by far. I think you know my answer before I even say it. It's nothing like hitting some really good cards when the stakes are high, when you're playing for big money. Nothing like hitting some good cards.
And also, you are the first Indian to make it this far in the EPT. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. I'm representing a nation of 1.5 billion people, so it's a proud achievement already. And I learned from some of my peers in the Indian community. Some of them have done very well in the international stage. My friend Nishant, he recently won a title in APT Taipei for 1.2 million. So, and another friend Shiharsha, he was GAP in the EPT Barcelona last year. He finished on the final 2 tables, if I'm right. And like people like these have been my inspiration in the poker scene, and they're being able to do it is part of the reason that I'm standing in front of you.
Amazing. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Representing a nation of 1.5 billion people. No pressure then. No pressure. Well, it's been a great run from Bansal. It was really fun watching him spin up yesterday. It was. Nearly down, doomed and dead. Made a really good fold with ace-2 soft suit versus an open. He had just 2.5 big blinds. And I think a lot of people would go broke there. Getting down to 2.5 bigs. Yeah, it's like 2.8 BBs. Opponent raises to 2 blinds and he folded ace-2 soft suit. I think it's a really good fold. But one that most people think, I've got less than 3 bigs, I'm not folding an ace. Then the very next hand picks up the queen-10 suited, unopened, or rather in the big blind, and finds that spin. And then from there, made a few really good rejams. Found some value with a set later in the day, and earlier on this final table, made a couple good value bets with pocket 10s on an ace-high board versus Catullus in the big blind. So I think he's handled himself with a lot of technical prowess. But he's been very chatty as well. Been very friendly with a lot of players at the table. He was driving a lot of the chat yesterday. Any bonus EPT cat?
One pass. Three pass. Oh, 4 pass.
Okay, I have to play some different game.
Razz it up.
Bonus EPT cat. We've really truly got it all on this channel. Except for interesting poker insight, entertainment, comedy. But we do have a cat. Other than that, we are a little thin. Queen 6. Not a lot you can do. Just got to fold. Just got to wait. Just got to be patient. Just got to find a spin. Vitislav. 5 big blinds. Do we find the shove here?
In the neighborhood of the dirty diaper? Was it in the neighborhood of the dirty diaper?
No, it was like quite better. I have no idea what he's going to call.
Vitislav Chetman's a very good point there, because I'm looking at the Queen 6 and I'm thinking, maybe we can jam, but he says he's no idea what Catullus is going to call. Catullus obviously plays his unique brand of Hold'em. Catullus might just look at something that, should be a fold, I don't know, 7-4 suited and just be like, sure. 6 bigs, flick it in. So he might have a little bit less fold equity than he feels like against Catullus. And that's what he's saying. I have no idea what he's going to call, so he might feel like he has to jam a little bit tighter. Bansal with the 10s. We saw him play min raise here before. I think he should again. Certainly strong enough to induce action. I fold from the button. We saw Catullus shove previously, but he did benefit from having an ace blocker with the ace deuce. Conor is cooked. Folds face up, just so they know he had a bad hand and they won't push him around. Nice one, Conor. Sam says, when's the next live event I'll play? I would imagine Paris, EPT. If not for the full duration, I will be there for, I would hope, some of it. I don't know what the plan is moving forward with bringing you these rogue broadcasts. If they're popular enough, maybe I'll have to do more. If PokerStars give me the opportunity to do more. I'll definitely be at the Irish Open. Wouldn't miss it for the world. The Irish Open is the most fun you can have at a poker series, so I will be there in April. Probably not too much at the front end of 2026. We're playing a lot online, going to be streaming a lot of online poker here. And then probably PT Paris. Definitely Irish Open. Was that a Wookiee? Did anyone else say that? What was that, an Ewok? Saber says, is France where you had the funny freeze-out story? Where was it? You mean the hyper story? Where the guy tried to fold the small blind, then got given his hand back, so I just shoved the big blind, and then he called me and knocked me out first hand? I think that was Paris. It's like first day of EPT. Maybe that was Prague, actually. And he told me to be more careful next time. Catullus with the Jack 10 on the button. Cracker defending in the big blind. Big stack versus big stack once again. We saw Catullus check back previously with a second pair.
300,000.
Well, hello. Cracker going for a lead on 10-5 deuce with his 5. With this middling hand. Catullus peeling with a 10. Very, very quick check back. I think the speed of these checks from Catullus is very much a signifier of the strength of his hand. Although we have seen him snap check top pair before as well. Do you remember yesterday? King Jack blind against Conor. So Krakow checks again. I'm not sure what Krakow's intentions are really with the lead on the flop. Maybe just fold out some Krakow's equity.
600,000.
Fold out some of his high cards. Just leaving him in a little bit of an awkward spot now. A very quick check back on the turn from Catullus. Maybe signifying that he doesn't hit the ace very often. So now when he bets 600,000 at the river, are we ever suspicious enough to call with a 5? What would we be looking to see a bluff from? Some missed flush draws. Some queen 6 of clubs, king 7 of clubs, king 8 of clubs, 7 8 of clubs, 6 4 of clubs, these sorts of hands. Wow, Krakow flicks it in. Krakow flicks it in. But Jack 10 makes perfect sense. Krakow with a little smile to himself. Almost to say, well, what did you expect? Catullus hasn't made too many extravagant or tricky bluffs over the course of this main event. I think looking back, Krakow's going to feel a little bit of frustration having made that river call. I think it's quite optimistic to expect Catullus to find a bluff in this spot. Even some of his flush draws pairing up. And I do think he occasionally checks back that quickly with an ace on the turn. He's done some pretty funky stuff in the check. But no big sweat for Krakow. Still closing in on 15 million, 14.73. Catullus back up to nearly 12. But as I said, that gulf between these stacks will widen. But something must give at some point. And check on the verge of that. 5 blinds. Conor, 9 blinds. Bancel, Cowboys. And if he was inducing with the 10s, trying to get more action, he's certainly going to do that with the kings. So no ideas of playing any jams here with the hands so strong. And he'll be begging for some playback from chip leader. Krakow in the small blind with king 10 offsuit. We saw Krakow fold an ace 9 before to Bancel's raise in position. This is kind of similar, right? Kind of comparable. He knows that Bancel's opening very tight. So even though it's chip leader, doesn't necessarily matter how many chips you have. Can you really mess around versus such a tight opening range? Stanchu in the big blind has got aces. He can mess around with it. I just insinuated that something had to give at some point. Well, this is beyond disgusting. This is beyond vile. This is beyond a cooler.
5 seconds.
I think we might see a small size 3-bet as well. Even at this stack depth, we might just see a click to somewhere around 4.5, 5 big blinds. My goodness me. The distribution can be cruel, can't it? Bancel staring down the face of an elimination in a spot where he'll be keen to find a double up. I don't think we really want to slow play around pocket kings. A lot of the bluffs coming from Stanchu. I say a lot of the bluffs, they're not many, but they will have an ace in them, and you don't want to slow play with the kings when that's the case. It's just a disaster. It's beyond cooler territory.
Oh, that might be happening. At least they're red. I have a little bit more of a shot.
Bancel in good spirits.
Both, you have double flush draws.
Given the circumstances.
Double flush draw, right?
King 10 was in the bin.
Double flush draw.
All the kings have been mucked. Chat is saying that all the kings have been mucked.
Stupid is poker sometimes, but you know, it's like.
I mean, I had aces against queens, and
Exactly.
I covered by 50k. I think I covered by 50k, right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Bancel would be left with a chip and a chair.
Yeah, with 50k.
He did say it himself. The red is the key. He's going to need some flush draws to start to emerge on the flop. Can we get an all red flop? Well, it's an ace. He does have a little something.
That is actually not a bad flop.
It's a good flop for him. Now he has a chance.
You have double flush draw.
At least give us a sweat on the turn, you know. Otherwise it's too boring for people watching.
Would you like to run another poker? Or?
He'll need a diamond, maybe a 10 or a queen.
Ah, boring.
Boring indeed, but not boring for Kostin Stanchu. He secures the double up.
That should have been the turn card. Then we are seeing exciting spots here. Yeah.
Well, you've done it once?
I've done it once. That's the... And when he raised, I was like, okay, this might be happening, but at least I'll have some emergency funds.
Emergency funds, indeed. He's down to 50k. Stanchu elevating himself above some of the shorter stacks. He's at 4.8 million now. Great news, you've got to say. Great news. Conor O'Driscoll sitting there like, oh, that's so terrible. Oh, what a nasty cooler.
Backpack when you're traveling, just in case you get robbed. Like secret pocket.
So you
Unlucky.
What a hand up.
Unlucky.
Yeah,
I got here by doing this to other people, so.
What can you do, you know? Like, I'm not sure why I'm even looking at cards, you know.
So is Bancel straight into the big blind? No, he's under the gun. Oh, sorry, that's his stack, of course. That's all of it. 2 chips in a chair. Well, he did it before. He came back from 2 blinds. He now has 1/3 of a blind. Does he want the 10-6 or does he fold? I don't know what to do. I would fold, probably, and take the next hand. Or wait, can he play for the
Just
ante here?
confirming, I know it's big blind first, right?
Yeah, big blind first.
So it's big blind first. So that means he can contest this ante, but he won't be able to, there'll be no ante for him to contest next hand or what? I think so.
I suck so hard at these spots.
I mean, me too.
Just don't know.
When you put the, do you get the big blind if you win?
I know I'm supposed to provide insight.
I think I made the right decision.
But
Because I'm the big blind, it's just the big blind. There's no big blind ante next hand.
Yeah, I know,
Only
but
this.
if you put it this hand, would you win the big blind ante
Yes.
in the full amount? So it basically...
No big, no.
Yeah, big blind.
That's what I'm saying.
I win the
He
big blind
pays
ante.
first big blind.
If I win the pot, I win the big blind ante.
I meant in this position, if he put all in,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it would, I don't know how is this word, incentivize you to
Yes,
basically.
it does.
Yeah.
Sorry. Very bad hand.
Don't think it matters.
Low 2%, low 5%.
No,
bottom 5.
No, not below 5%. Like.
Krakow just 3-bet 6-5 offsuit, by the way. Whilst all that's going on, everyone's just talking.
I really don't know, guys.
Yeah.
3-bet 6-5 off, just as everyone's distracted.
Because now you
Like,
lost the opportunity to win the big blind.
you should play
I'm not sure.
game, I mean. Because
It probably was
a
need, but I'm not.
I'm really bad at these.
I have no idea to man.
I'm hoping for a miracle, like yesterday. You know, I showed patience and I got dealt the queen 10 suited.
I believe he should have put the money in because he can play for the big blind ante. So he would have put in 50k and he would have been able to play for the 150k ante last hand, but there's no ante this hand.
I mean, it happens so rarely that it would be like pretty weird to study that.
Now I'm saying I don't know how to play 1/3 of a big blind stacks, but I think he should have to be able to play for the big blind ante. I think he should have done that.
I have potential again. Oh. 2 overs to the 8.
How much do I need to put in actually? 50?
So Bansel's all in now.
25, it's okay. If you
Just 50, I guess.
How does
because
this
you have
work?
side put.
Can we get a...
25, put 25.
You have to put 25 at the end.
Can we please make him top pair and put like a 7-6 out there or something?
But it's really important for Bansel, right? Because Czech only has 5 bigs. Conor only has 9 bigs. If he can spin to 3 or 4 big blinds, it might be worth hundreds of thousands of euro. So it's a big, big deal. That's why he's anguished over folding the 10-6-0, not quite sure what to do. He's at risk now with 10-9.
I mean,
It could be game on for Pawan Bansal. He's doing it again.
You want to lose.
Here comes the spin, the super spin.
This pot. Because it will be
Doesn't matter
easy.
what I want.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard for Krakow to retake the lead from here. He's not going to do it. Bansel's back in the game. 275,000. He may think that this is a nonsense. Someone in the chat said, just let it go, dude. You're out. He ain't going anywhere. Czech's got 5 bigs. Conor's got 9
Yeah,
bigs.
this the ace on this side, you know? Just get it done.
Bansel's going to come back now with 2 bigs.
25.
But it absolutely matters. It gives him a chance to outlast other players. It could win him 100k.
Going.
More than.
well,
Okay, players, we are now going on a 20-minute break.
it's fucking stupid.
Very good. I have a lot of strategizing to do.
He's got a lot of strategizing to do. That's the thing. He does. He does.
Can I leave my glasses here?
Sure, no problem.
These decisions at 2 blinds, 5 blinds, 8 blinds, 10 blinds, they are potentially worth hundreds of thousands of euro. Folks, we get through the first level of the day losing 0 of our players in Prague. We started with 7. According to our graphic, Pawan Bansal has 0 big blinds. And I guess that's true. We do not deal in decimals. The blinds are up 100k, 200k. I think this graphic, he's in the small blind this hand, right? So he actually has 100,000 in the small blind and he has 125k back. ICM running rampant with 2 huge stacks and 3 very short ones. We're taking a quick break in Prague. We'll be back in 15 minutes. I'm going to grab a coffee and then we will bring ourselves back to the coverage in 15 minutes. See you then.
Action starts with Simon. King 8.
This is definitely in shoving territory, James. Getting real shallow.
Decides just to call.
Yep, very reasonable as well.
Dato in the big blind with ace-jack.
It might be shovey time. These offsuit aces love to be all in versus limbs here at this very shallow stack depth.
1,600,000.
1.6 million, as verbally declared by Andrea, the announcer, Dato.
So James, like I said, the offsuit aces like to be all in here very often. It's usually the suited ace-jack that likes to be an ISO not all in. This is giving Simon the opportunity to catch up for a relatively cheap price.
So you think he calls here, plays the flop in position?
I think that's what he's going to do, but I think this is a circumstance where a lot of the suited ace combos prefer to be all in because they have poorer playability than their suited counterparts. But let's see how we do on the flop.
3.7 million in the middle. Dato with 5.35 behind. The flop is 8 high. Advantage Simon. Gilly is a 3-1 favorite on this board.
SPR looking really low now. Kind of awkwardly stacked, James.
Are we going to get an announcement?
500,000.
500,000 chips. Min bet.
$1.5.
3x. The raise from Simon with top pair. Dato moving all in. And Simon announces call, and this could be it. Simon, huge favorite with 2 cards to come.
76% of the way to $1 million US.
King 8 against ace jack on 8-7 deuce.
You can see Dato's outs. 3 aces, 3 jacks, 6 cards he can hit to survive.
We're getting slow rolled by the dealer.
It's a big moment, guys.
Guys, this would be very painful if we lose, so count out.
Dato has clung on for so long. He's been a survivor. Can he survive this? 3 on the turn. Gilles Simon is now 1 card away from winning the first ever EPT Cyprus main event. He and Israel are on the side of the table. Andrea Dato, joined by his friends and family as well, waiting for this river card to be dealt. If it is not an ace or a jack, this tournament is over. The river card is a blank. The beer goes flying as Gilles Simon wins the EPT Cyprus main event for $1,042,000.
First hand of 30-60, and O'Dwyer's raised his button.
Pantling can definitely defend this three-handed, especially with his stack.
He calls, and we are going heads up to the flop.
My guess is that Steve is going to have an advantage post-flop, especially in position.
9 deuce deuce. Ace high still good. Pantling checks to the pre-flop aggressor. And Steve does not continue, he checks behind. 7 of hearts on the turn. O'Dwyer now with a flush draw.
See if Pantling takes a stab. He plays pretty fearlessly. Gotta respect that.
He will bet the turn. He overbets the pot. 385,000.
This is a big bet for more than 10% of Steve's remaining chips, but he might feel as if he's got to make this call based on what he could win if he goes runner-runner. That's implied odds.
There's the call. The river is not a heart, but it is a queen, giving O'Dwyer top pair. Pantling now checks.
Steve probably knows his hand is going to be good here a lot.
The yellow chips worth 25,000 each. O'Dwyer going for value.
Which is that?
750,000.
Scott Seaver and JC Alvarado giving Steve their thoughts between hands. Totally allowed. Steve has made a great polarizing value bet with an unpolarized hand, which makes this a merge.
Guy with the best hand here. Funny one.
Specifically designed to get a hero call out of a pocket pair or ace high.
And Pantling does hero with ace high.
Steve O'Dwyer played that river masterfully. They are right to be patting each other on the backs for that one. That was huge.
O'Dwyer back up to 4.5 million, close to where he started the day. Johnny Lodden, Queen 10 on the button, raises to 120,000. Sixes for O'Dwyer in the big blind.
Lodden's going to be opening pretty wide, so pretty much any pair is going to be a 3-bet.
There is the 3-bet to 375,000.
How does Johnny respond?
With a 4-bet by the looks of things. He re-raises to 800,000.
Maybe a little aggro, but it's hard to fold three-handed.
One.
O'Dwyer shoves.
See? Told you. Johnny's getting almost exactly 2-1, and he's probably not too happy about that since it's not really enough to make this call. Which means he's going to have to fold away around 800K in chips.
Wow, Lodden calls!
Somehow Johnny talked himself into calling, and he's only as bad as a race. This is a huge flip for a difference in prize money of nearly 400,000 euros.
A flip for 5 million chips. Steve O'Dwyer, the player at risk. Marginal favorite as this race begins. A 6 on the flop, but the gut shot straight draw for Lodden.
That smile is the loudest thing in the room. Wouldn't expect it to stay that way, though, if Johnny catches a king.
Lodden's going to need that king on the river.
Steve is just one card away from a massive pot and dealing a devastating blow to Johnny's chip stack and spirit.
The Norwegians don't get what they commanded. O'Dwyer doubles up through Lodden.
Love the silent cool guy head nod to the proud rail.
Nope, keep doing that.
And Johnny Lodden is now the low man at the table with less than 2 million. Actions on Steve O'Dwyer on the button. Ace 10.
Very strong three-handed.
He raises. Lodden's got ace-jack in the small blind.
Stronger three-handed. And if Johnny's 4-betting queen 10, he'll be 3-betting ace-jack, surely.
He is 3-betting. And don't call me Shirley.
Are we going to see another pre-flop raising war?
O'Dwyer just calls in position.
Even though we know he's dominated, this is a totally fine call with a hand that flops pretty well.
It does flop well. Top pair.
Incredible flop for Steve. His hand is going to be good more often than a kid at Christmas time.
Lodden was the pre-flop aggressor, and he continues for 350K.
Steve's most likely play here is to just call.
That's exactly what he does.
He can try to induce bluffs on later streets.
Blank on the turn. And Johnny Lodden shoves!
Oh man, Johnny has really stepped in it here.
O'Dwyer calls, and Johnny Lodden is drawing dead to a jack.
He was trying to get Steve off some smaller pairs or some floats, but we can hashtag this one a fail. There's about to be some disappointed Norwegians on the rail, and certainly one at the table.
Johnny Lodden, the last remaining member of Team Pro, has 3 outs. It's a king. Johnny Lodden exits in 3rd. It is his best ever result on the EPT, but he will be so disappointed.
Congratulations to Johnny Lodden, maybe his most crushing EPT finish ever.
And the gap is widening between Pantling and O'Dwyer. 9.2 million plays 6.7 million. It's Steve's button, and he's got king 3 off.
Defo a raising hand.
Makes it 180k. Pantling with 8-9 off will call.
Defo a calling hand. Lots of hands will be heads up.
King 5-3, 2 pair for O'Dwyer.
Huge for O'Dwyer.
Pantling has checked. O'Dwyer checks behind.
Checking back, hoping to induce.
10 of clubs on the turn. And Pantling now leads for 450k, the patented Pantling overbet.
And it looks like induce is exactly what Steve did.
He calls.
My guess is he's planning to raise the river if he's given the opportunity.
7 on the river.
Steve should still really like his hand. And will Pantling fire into the abyss?
There's nearly 1.3 million in the middle. And Pantling overbets again, 1.7 million.
And actually, after a bet that big, I'm not sure Steve will raise. It'll just look way strong, and there's little chance he'd ever get called by worse. So if he raises, there's not much chance he'll get called, and when he does, he's often going to lose an even bigger pot. Either way, this time I think the overbet is going to bite Andrew in the pant sling.
Did you really just go there? This is a big decision for O'Dwyer at a pivotal point in the tournament.
This could be super nitty. I'm just going to call.
He calls. Pantling mucks. And that means Steve doesn't have to show his hand. He adds 2.3 million to his stack. And he takes the chip lead.
You must have had 2 pair then.
I did.
River 2 pair.
I did not. With Steve's chip lead and his heads-up experience, Andrew Pantling has got a Sisyphus-style uphill battle in front of him.
O'Dwyer currently has an almost 2-to-1 chip lead over Pantling as the blinds go up to 40-80 with a 10k ante. O'Dwyer raises his button with 8-10.
Standard button raise.
Pantling has king 5 suited in the big blind.
Suited king is a very easy defend and will be good at showdown often enough.
Pantling calls.
All about the post-flop play, heads up.
Well, let's see the flop. Wow, action guaranteed. Trips for O'Dwyer. The second nut flush draw for Pantling. Pantling checks.
I think Steve has got to bet here to try to build a pot. There are lots of bad turn cards, not just for Steve, but ones that could be bad for Andrew too, and therefore kill his action.
O'Dwyer does continue for 300,000.
Pantling obviously can't fold a draw this huge.
He calls. The turn card. It's a spade. It's the flush for Pantling.
Check.
He checks again.
Unfortunately for Steve, he cannot slow down here because a flush is just so unlikely. Worst part is, if Pantling decides to raise a bet here, I don't think Steve can fold. This is a spade to dig Andrew Pantling out of his hole and possibly a grave for Steve O'Dwyer.
600,000 is the bet on the turn.
Does Andrew go for the raise now?
Signs point to yes. That is 1.425 million.
Like I said, I don't think Steve can fold. He's beating a lot of other eights. He's beating all semi-bluffs, and when he's up against a flush, Like now, he's got equity to boat up. Still, he is behind.
How much do you have left in green? Can you cut those out?
Pantling has 3.5 million behind.
The only question is, does Steve call and reevaluate or just go for the gusto here? Guess the good news for him either way is he can't go broke.
Pantling is praying that Steve lumps it in.
I'm all in.
O'Dwyer shoves! And Pantling calls.
8.
Down, please, gentlemen.
Is that a flush?
It is a flush. And Pantling will double up unless there is a Jack 10, 8 or 4 on the river. 10 outs for O'Dwyer, which would see him win the title, but there's a 77% chance that Pantling doubles up and we play on. It's an 8 on the river. It's quads for O'Dwyer that see him triumph here in Monaco and win the EPT9 Grand Final main event.
That's what, Steve. Cheers.
Great.
Yeah, thanks, Cindy.
Time to celebrate with the supporters.
You're right, this was the easy part.
And for Andrew Pantling, heck of a showing for a guy who only plays poker in his spare time. But wow, what a tale of redemption for Steve O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer rules.
842k for the runner-up, 1.2 million euros for the winner.
All the adrenaline's just like rushing out of me finally.
Major dump. Okay, yeah. It's unreal. It's unreal. I saw it was a small card.
I couldn't see it.
Could be an 8.
I saw the look on his face and I was like, oh, I think I won.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros. And a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
Queen 7 of hearts for Vice.
I don't think there's anything else to be done. We just get it in. This is actually kind of a monster at this stack depth. Oh, wow, okay, just finds the limp instead.
King Deuce offsuit for Soloftus.
Yeah, got to shove this.
All in, and Vice asked for a count.
I think he might actually limp call this, James. Once you've opted for the limp, sometimes combos like this are still priced in, but let's see how Vice feels.
Makes the call, and here we go. Soloftus gets it in with the best hand. Queen 7 is live, and if Vice gets there, we have a champion.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter how it played pre-James. If there was a shove from the Queen 7, King Deuce is definitely calling.
And the Germans are justifiably calling for a 7.
And look at that, 60-40, slight favorite to Soloftus.
Is the 7 always coming? He'd probably take a queen as well. The Vice squad and Anton Wigg watching on.
It's always coming 7, James.
Vice takes the lead. And now Soloftus is drawing to 5 cards. He needs 3 cards. He needs a king. Turn card is a 5. And now Soloftus with additional outs, an ace or a king will see him double up. Start of day chip leader Oliver Vice can win with a blank on the river. Vice, baby! Oliver Vice is the champion of the EPT Cyprus main event.
Well, that's what it takes to become a main event champion, doesn't it, sports fans? Oliver Weiss winning in 2024 in Cyprus. You return now to the present day. You hopped in a quick DeLorean. You know I have a penchant for time travel. But welcome back to 2025. As we take a wonderful look out. King Charles Bridge. Very long bridge. I've walked that bridge. It's a very long bridge. Here are your chip leaders. It's been an incredible start to the day for Matan Krakow. 15 million chips now. Bora Katulis facing a few setbacks, a few hurdles on his way to victory. 11.5 million still right up there. Pawan Bansal, in the strictest sense of the word, doesn't have 0 big blinds, but our graphic indicates he has close enough. 150,000 chips, and he needs to spin, doesn't he? Welcome back if you're just joining us. This is the main event of the European Poker Tour. The European Poker Tour. Main event of the European Poker Tour. 5,300 euro is your buy-in. 1,224 players paid that buy-in. Just 7 remain. Hand 31. 100,000, 200,000 are the blinds. 200,000 is the big blind ante. So 500k in the middle.
Let's put them into heads up.
Stanchu with the queens to kick us off.
Wouldn't that be some story?
Grind it up.
I'm sure the EPT guys will like it.
We'd love the story, Pawan. We'd love it. So queens for Stanchu, raising to 400k. Oh my goodness. Action. Gatsus, aces. Just before the break, we saw kings run into aces. It was Bansal on the wrong end of it. This time, Gatsus, aces, Stanchu, queens. I think we will see small 3-bets. We're not going to see just a shove. Hand far too strong. We want to induce the action. First hand back. The first hand of 100k, 200k blind level. Small 3-bet laid down. 850,000. So Bansal in the small blind will love what he's seeing right now. He ends up folding, so he's folding off 100,000. He's keeping 50,000 back. Well. If this isn't the sickest decision of Vocas's life with jacks. Do you see how deep he is? Do you see his stack depth? The blind is 200,000. He's only got 475 back. He's got 3 bigs. And he's anguished because he knows what these ranges are representing. He knows what Gatsus is representing. He's representing kings and aces. There's also some collision factor, right? Gatsus could get it in against Stanchu and bust. Bansal's about to bust. So that's potentially 2 ladders. Now, 2 ladders is potentially worth, or would be worth, 110,000 euro. So 159k locked up. 260k for 6th, 269k for 5th. Is Czech able to fold the jacks with just another 2 big blinds behind in the big blind in the hope that 2 players bust before he does and he makes himself another 100-something grand? Poker is tough. Tournament poker is tougher. What an incredibly interesting decision this is. Also, bear in mind, people might look at this and think, well, you didn't come here to fold jacks, play for the win.
Well,
but going from 4 blinds to 10 blinds in this distribution with 2 massive stacks might not even be that beneficial for him. He does decide that his hand is just too strong. Now, obviously, we're going to see situations where Gatsus maybe 3-bets ace-4, ace-5. Stanchu only raised, so he can actually have some pretty bad hands, right? And Gatsus could potentially have ace-4, ace-5. Absolutely. Maybe he 3-bet induces 10s. I think so. So Vocas.
Still rooting for you.
Czech decides that for 4 bigs, he's going with the jacks. Stanchu's all in. Gatsus in Dreamland. Bansal in Dreamland. It's aces, it's queens, it's jacks.
Why did I do this?
The queens covers both.
I'm fucking... I'm what? Such a noob I am.
So ace is at risk, jack's at risk.
That is such a cold deck, though.
What a disgusting deck. What game are we playing here?
Damn it.
Pigs might fly.
Cold deck, I can't believe it. I thought these guys were fooling around.
Congrats,
What's
buddy.
going-
Congrats, buddy.
I'm still
It's
doing
like,
it.
this is insane.
One for the short stacks.
It's like... Such a fucking moron. Jesus, I'm so bad.
We're rooting for a jack for Vocas. He's a friend of the stream. He's been chatting in our community, in our Twitch chat for many, many years. Come on, Vocas, find a jack. A jack for check. Come on, chat. Root for our guy. It's 6-7-3. Gatsas out in front. His tournament life on the line as well. Only a queen can end his. Gatsas in line to win a huge one. Stanchu will be down to 2 million. 2 cards to come. 1 safe. 1 more opportunity for check to spike. A jack on the river 1 time. Doesn't find it. What an absolutely stupid game we play, sports fans. 4 big blinds with the jacks. He wanted to fold. He thought about it.
Yeah, GG. I have no idea if
I know he wouldn't fold.
Good game. I mean, there was. I would be in
upside is-
actually in the
upside
same
is
position. He
huge.
has more than him and
Yeah.
less than him, and still would have to hope you just bust the big blind you are on. I don't fucking know. Right?
I don't fucking know either, mate. Don't worry, I don't fucking know either.
Vortex Kingdom. Nice to see.
It wasn't.
I don't play
this was
poker
very
to fold
unpleasant
jacks off 4 big
experience.
blinds.
Thank you, guys.
I don't do it.
Well, let's hope the next final table will be better.
Playing with you.
Good luck.
Take care.
Thank you.
Good game, guys. Did I shake everyone's hand? Did I? Oh, my pick. Thank you. Nice hand, man. Good luck.
What a gentleman.
Got a feel for the guy.
What a gentleman. Good game. Vitaslav check.
to the end.
Eliminated in 7th
Yeah.
place
Yeah.
for 159,150 euro. Claps to the chat.
Under the gun.
Even aces are
All class.
It doesn't work.
Honored to call him a friend of this broadcast. Honored.
To be honest, no. And Jake, why?
I mean, if this spot wasn't sick enough as it is, it's made even sicker by the fact that Pow and Bansel sat there with 50,000 chips.
Who's his?
And he sat there with 4.5 with jacks.
You should fold there.
No.
Come on, huh?
Most definitely not. The chance, the upside is huge.
So Bansel on the button has 50k. He's going to get, now with 6-handed, he's going to get button cut off
If he
high
has
jack
more chips than him, like it's.
and under the gun.
Jack, I mean, ace, king, ace, queen, something, and you just even flip him.
Bora Catullus, as soon as checks left, is like, yeah, he should fold. Yeah, he should have just laid it down. Impossibly tough
I would
spot.
probably still gamble it.
Impossibly tough spot with the distribution, and I don't know.
2 people, Jack.
1 million.
What do you hope on me for 50,000?
It's 1
I mean, what do you hope on me?
It's 1
Crazy
million up
poor.
top, you know,
It's
if
not
he
normal.
folds, he doesn't have
No, it's not a problem for you.
He can have ace of spades. He's capable of having ace of spades. You have to give him credit, right?
Bansel pointing out exactly what I
could be
pointed out.
stealing, he could be
That Gatsas
stealing.
can actually just have a suited ace bluffing. It's obviously we can see the cards and we're like, no, fold. But as I said, Stanchu can be opening something that will fold. Gatsas can be 3-betting an ace-8 suited, an ace-4, an ace-5 suited. And the jacks can actually be in very decent shape. So I do think folding would be a little bit too heroic. Even with Bansel with the 50k. Connor's in an awkward spot here as well. Krakow, by the way, raising 8-4 offsuit under the gun now.
For the milli, right? Like 50k you can make.
Catullus Peels ace queen and small blind. How does Conor feel about this ladder situation? Pow and Bansal with 50k. Conor's got 1 million. It's 5 big blinds with king queen suited, but he doesn't want to put the money in the middle before Bansal busts. He's going to get himself involved in a really awkward situation, but he does have king queen suited. It's a lot of hand. And we can see that Krakow is absolutely abusing his position as chip leader. Catullus flatting the small blind. I think this is a really good flat. We alluded to the fact earlier that he can't 3-bet really anything versus the big stack as the second biggest stack himself with all these shorties about. Conor moves it all in now. He flops the nut flush draw. Easy for Catullus. Conor at risk. Folks, Conor O'Driscoll needs a diamond to stay alive in the tournament. He's up out of his seat. He'll have a big sweat. Pow and Bansal once again cannot believe what he's seeing right now. He started this level with 0 big blinds on our graphic, and he might be about to find 2 ladders. Conor is 30% to stay alive in this tournament. He needs a diamond quickly. He's walked away from the table. He can't bear to look. So many Conor O'Driscoll fans in the chat. He's a good lad, fellow streamer.
1 diamond, yeah.
There's Swanee. Was in the chat earlier as well. Was upset I didn't recognize him. Standing alongside Conor, rooting for a diamond. One swing of the bat.
Diamond.
Strikes out.
Diamond.
Conor on the rail. Needs a diamond in the main event. Doesn't find one. Conor O'Driscoll
You are the winner of the night. Yeah.
gets his 5 PBs in.
There is no question. Crazy. You are winner of the night.
You're a brave man.
It can't be.
Hey, jump for you.
Bansal ladders again.
Don't mess with the iron. They are just...
Maybe one more.
You are the winner of the night. You don't even the winner. First position at the end. Not so lucky. This is what? With 1 chip you make 100,000 or something.
An incredible run from
I
Conor.
can't also believe it.
I can't believe it.
You are the... This is a...
Claps in the chat. GG's in the chat. Mr. O'Driscoll, well played, mate. Well played, sir. 206,900 euro for his efforts. Now, unbelievably, Pow and Bansal has folded 2 hands and made about 115k.
Come on.
By the way, I thought are they all his time banks, by the way? Has he never used a time bank? Did you see that block of time banks that Catullus has? He's got 5 volumes of Encyclopedia Britannica as a time bank stack. Or what? You see that?
How much do you have, do you know?
Maybe you cover.
Carrying him around like 8 phone books.
Just wanted to know.
6 million?
6 mil?
Yeah.
Bansal picks up the ace queen now with 50,000 chips.
Oh, now he's hoping for more all-in. Sorry.
Take that 6 back. Yeah.
Just big price.
Flicks it in. He just laddered to at least 269,000 euro by folding 2 hands. Someone earlier in the chat, a few people were like, give it up, mate, you're out. You've got point whatever of a big blind. And I said, it's important that he plays it. Important that he waits,
You had
folds,
ace queen,
whatever.
Right? I think you had these exact suits.
And it's made him 100 grand, something.
Those held up.
And now he's got it in good,
I won
miles
my first
ahead.
ever live tournament with that hand. Things are looking up.
Bansal's a spinning god. He's a spinning god. Come on. Let's watch this story unfold. Don't crack him now.
This is the one to lose, right? You don't want to waste your luck on this, right? Come on, you got to root for me.
Has to fade the run out. Bansal with ace queen. Okay, safe. There's nearly 2 big blinds in this part. But as we've come to learn, 2 big blinds are potentially worth a lot of money. He's looking to fade a 4. Now he's looking to fade a 5. There's always a sweat, buddy. There's always a sweat, my friend.
Look at the Romanian smoking.
Rivers a queen, seals the deal. Bansal gets it over the line.
Thank you, me.
2 BBs deep. Costing Stanchu down to 8 blinds himself. A ladder in sight. A road to a ladder in sight. Pawan Bansal refuses to die.
You have 1.7, right, after posting the ante?
Stanchu will have, I believe, 1.7 after posting. 1.65 after posting.
No.
4.
2 million for Stanchu.
6.
1.8. 1.85.
165. With what? 8.
185. 9 BB.
Whew. Catch your breath, chat. Take a moment. 2 eliminations in the first 2 hands. Potentially more on the horizon. Bansal in the cutoff with 8-9 offsuit. We're now 5-handed, so his free hands are getting less and less frequent. He had the button. He has the cutoff, and then he gets one more free one. He's just deciding whether he goes with the 8-9 off, whether he goes with his next hand. I think I would fold here. We've seen collisions before. I would just fold and hope for a collision. I don't think 8-9 is particularly more valuable than anything we might get dealt next hand versus a random all-in. I think I would fold and just hope that something happens with Stanchu at 8 blinds. I know that Stanchu will fold his life away, right? Stanchu will not want to get involved. He's seen what happens.
Now more chips than 10 bank. Now more chips.
But potential for a collision emerges as Borokatulis opens the button with ace-king. Krakow with the 8-6-0.
I think one of my friends, Lakshpal Singh, will be very happy with my fold.
By the way, in this distribution, I think Krakow could just...
I was very bad at this.
He could just jam versus the button, and Catullus, in theory, would just have to fold everything that isn't aces and kings. Like, ace-king would definitely be a fold if Krakow shoved from small blind. We're not going to see it. It's a little bit sophisticated, elaborate, unnecessary, perhaps, like edge pushing to this extent. So Pawan Bansal is under the gun now. Gets us into the big blind. Stanchu into the small blind. So he'll put in another 100k. My goodness me. What an explosive start to the top of the level. It's a good job I had my coffee, wasn't it?
Look. No, go.
So Bansal finds a pair, moves it all in. Catullus calls in the cutoff with King 5 offsuit. What an incredible situation this is, by the way, for Bansal. Because Catullus has flicked in 350k, which Bansal gets to contest. Krakow ISOs with ace 4.
Yes!
And Bansal is a huge favorite.
Yeah. How much? 350?
And Catullus has juiced this pot to the point where Bansal can win 1.5 million. 350k into the void from Catullus. Bansal's rubbing his hands together as well. He might. He cannot believe not only 2 ladders, but now he's a huge favorite to chip up to 1.5 million. Can Bansal hold? We've got to see the spin, haven't we? We've got to see the spin now. Don't do it. It's safe on the flop. Krakow with the backdoor straight opportunity, but it would require a 5, and Bansel's got 2 of them. Don't put the ace.
I had the king. Yeah. Later I checked. If in the beginning
Cthulhu
I
smoked the
without
king.
looking.
Thank goodness Krakow squeezed ace 4. If we were multi-way, Bansel would be dead. He's 1 card away from another incredible spin-up.
Ah.
You need to buy me more than just a drink then.
You owe him a lot.
I mean, we're in Prague, so...
Can he hold? He can! Bansel, once again, is
350,
back.
350, 1.55 million. That's quite a good spin from 50k.
From 50k to 1.5 million, I believe...
It's not even a smoke anymore, it's a full-on bot for the first.
He might have more chips than Costin Stanchu.
I did my best.
The kid who will not die. You know how hard I've worked for these chips? I'm just gonna... You have...
1,550.
1,550. Oh, we had the same stack! Before I posted the... Yeah.
From 2 BBs to 30 before.
Damn it, the big blind ante.
From 0 to 7. From 0 to potential EPT hero. Cthulhu with ace 6.
Come on. You know, you've been stealing my big blind for too long. I think now I'm mad. I saw on TV. Ace deuce, you go all in. Ace deuce, you go all in.
He saw the ace deuce reshove, huh?
It was suited.
So out of character. It was suited. Mine was not.
Bansel with queen 3 offsuit. He might be mad about being stolen.
Okay.
Having his big blind stolen, but he won't be able to defend. He moves out of the way. Cthulhu picks it up.
I know you like to play with the king.
I like to play with every 2 cards.
That is true. That is true. You do like to play.
I'm just trying to get vision of our chip counts here for you. Bansel, 1 million. Stanchu, 1.5. That's 5 blinds for Bansel, 7 blinds for Stanchu. Gatsas, the beneficiary of the aces versus queens versus jacks. He's at around 6 million. And then we have Cthulhu at 13.5, Krakow at 14.
Raising 7, 400,000.
Ace 9 suited now for our chip leader. Been very liberal with his opens, and I think that's going to be a very, profitable strategy for him. Bansel with queen jack at 5 bigs. Doesn't have any fold equity versus the open. But we did see Krakow open 8-4 offsuit. We did see him 3-bet 6-5 offsuit. So maybe Bansel appreciates the inherent strength of his hand. We can see that actually Krakow is one of the better hands that he will be raising with. Bansel, without any fold equity, decides to lay it down. I think it's a good decision long term. Cthulhu will defend queen 8 with the benefit of closing the action. A lot of chips behind him. These guys about 13 million apiece. 2 diamond flop. Krakow flops a flush draw. And I think we'll be quite happy to just see bet. Immediately fold out some of the hands that swing and miss. Cthulhu does have the gut shot, a backdoor, straight drawy, overpairy, overcardy, diamondy. But isn't the stage of the tournament where he's going to start check raising?
Likely you would have lost.
Likely I would have lost. That's heartening to hear. You know, you would have busted me that day if I went in with the hand when you had ace jack of clubs. He had opened. I was going to go in. And then I realized that I should not do that. I would have gone out in that hand.
Yeah. I also had you all in when I had ace deuce and you had...
Queen 10 suited. That was... I knew I was going to win that one. It's too pretty to lose to ace deuce off.
You'll notice here, Small side bit of action. Stanchu just folds pocket fours. And that's because he doesn't want to bust before the short stack of this man, Pawan Bansal. But this is a man who's very, very tough to bust. Has proved that over the last couple days. Finds pocket eights for 5 bigs. Only one choice here from the button, I think. How can it be anything else? Bansal looking to steal those blinds. Put the money in the middle. Yeah, he's committing his stack. And again, just astute to commit your stack but not commit your stack, to put in this amount so that if it goes small blind shove, big blind call, you can fold. Incredibly unlikely. But definitely just good practice, just a good habit to get into of leaving that behind at final tables. Because that's what we've come to learn, finding ladders. That's money, honey. So Bansal jams the 8s, gets it through.
Finally, I have more than him.
Now he does have more than Kostin Stanchu.
1.55.
And Kostin Stanchu's in the big blind. If you're just joining us, this is your final table. This is the final 5 players in Prague on the European Poker Tour. A €5,300 buy-in tournament contested between 1,224 poker players in December. In search of festive gifts and a very festive payout of over €1 million for first place. Catullus opens the button. Stanchu is the shortest stack now and has 6-2 suited in the big blind. Not the sort of hand I think that he'll want to defend, especially given the fact that Catullus is just putting a bit of a jazzy top on this, 450k instead of 400k. So certainly,
Tournaments are so funny.
Even less attractive.
You never get this excitement like Ashin. Almost never. That's why I switched. You're okay, Cash? Do you okay, Cash?
Yeah, I play yellow.
Yellow? 5 card, 6 card?
4, 5, 6, 7.
Everything?
10.
10? 10?
Why not?
There really is a 10?
Yeah, sometimes for fun.
Bansal's right. Tournaments are exciting. You very rarely get exciting action like this, where the dynamic continues to shift. Obviously, every hand in cash is sort of independent of the other, outside of reads you might develop or whatnot. But in a tournament, the ranges that you're able to play the next hand impacted by, you know, whether someone busts, whether someone's still in on a short stack. That story that pulls through the entirety of the tournament. Bansal spinning up yesterday, spinning up today. Nothing like tournament poker. Thank God. Queen 3 for crack out. Gets us very much stay out of trouble mode. He's the middling stack with 2 5PV stacks at the table, and all Gatsus has to do is outlast 2 5 big blind stacks, and he goes from winning €269,000 to winning €454,000. Bansal now in the big blind for 200k. And 200k ante. Krakow with the 5-3 doesn't extend that far. Stanchu with the 4s. And he would be jamming if he chooses to jam into Pawan Bansal's big blind. So actually for Bansal, the cost of folding is a little higher. Because if he folds, then his closest competitor is going to steal 500k at the middle of the pot. This isn't like the chip leader stealing.
I've got 300 behind, right?
This is really interesting. Jams 5 bigs. And Bansal with about 5 bigs himself. It's a battle between two players who are trying to hang on in this tournament. But as I say, the cost for Bansal folding is more severe because
If he jumps and I call. You know what? Secretly, I'm a gambler.
he says he's going to gamble. And I do think this is a fine choice, a fine decision. Because if he folds, his opponent goes up to about 7 or 8 bigs. He goes down to about 3. So that swing is too severe. It's a flip.
I could outfold him, you know, but like it's...
Here with the
boys.
And you come? You come?
Yeah, I cover him.
You cover it?
I cover by 300k. That's my call.
For you, then no problem for you. Even one stake, you can make it.
I know I can always spin back.
Yeah.
And I have a clear shot in
So easy
eliminating.
call for you.
Yeah.
You cover because
I don't know, but
isn't
easy.
afraid.
It's a pretty trash hand.
One chip it will go.
How to play, something like
Right?
So it's easy call.
There's
I see two
Stanchu
Broadways in my
in the
face.
yellow at risk with
I don't know
fours.
which ones, but...
Can he hold? It's a good start. It's a good start.
I can do it for everyone else, but just...
No help on the turn. Bansal needs a king or a 9. Stanchu needs to hold to stay in the tournament. One card to come. Doesn't find it. Wins the flip. Stanchu back in the game. Bansal down once again.
It was nice dance, huh?
But still not out.
Good dance, good dance.
Thank you, thank you.
300. Which is 6 times what I had when I was at my lowest. So it's like working with Rich is here.
Pau and Bansal actually a lot deeper than he's used to playing here. He's one big blind deep. I don't know if he's going to be a little bit uncomfortable with so many chips in front of him. He's used to playing the 0 big blind or the 0.5 big blind stack. Just wonder if he's going to be intimidated
Thank you.
by so many decisions.
We prepare home.
Just a little bit outside of his comfort zone, maybe playing the one blind.
2.1 plus...
Yeah, 2.5.
He must have 2.4.
2.4.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2.4.
He's actually in the small blind. This might help him. So now he's actually only got about 50k back with which to decide. Krakow under the gun raises ace deuce off. He's chip lead up 400k. Gatsus wants to stay out of trouble. Typically we might see him fiddle around with the ace 6 of diamonds on the button. I don't think he'll do it versus chip leader in this distribution. We shall see. Is he ready to just fold it? I think folding is the best play. Normally we would see him call. Normally we would see him 3-bet, right? This would be bad timing for Bansal. Dodges it again. Would have been up king deuce against ace deuce. But folds in the small blind. Which means the onus is on Catullus to defend. And he's got a very defendable hand. Off to the flop. Chip leader versus second. A gut shot for Catullus. But a board for Krakow that he won't mind c-betting versus big blind.
That would have been nice.
C-bet a lot. Get a lot of folds. Catullus checks.
Delay in stream, right?
Krakow fires 300,000. Catullus snap calls in search of an 8.
He is destined.
Turn to 4 brings the open ender now for Catullus. Brings the gut shot in the back door for Krakow. And look at this. He's reaching for chips once again. He's trying to apply pressure to a 9 or a 5. He's going to fold out some better ace highs as well if his opponent peels ace 10, ace jack on the flop, which I think he would. He's bet 1 million chips on the turn, and I think it's a really nice combination to barrel. You also just fold out something like jack 10, queen jack. But Catullus not folding the 6-7 and does find a pair. Now,
No.
whoa.
Ah, check, I thought.
Yeah.
Check on 5.
Yeah.
Check and check.
Wow.
But he didn't.
Catullus says that he thought his opponent checked, and he tables a 6.
I heard like that.
That's why I say.
I think Krakow was about to fire a 3rd bullet. Now his opponent showed a 6. He knows his hand is never good. And it was a 6 of clubs, which also means he knows his opponent has never got a flush. He's seen the 6 of clubs exposed by Catullus. So a hand with a 6 in, unless it's king 6. He says critical. It was so critical. 1.5 million now.
You can raise if you want.
But now we've got a leveling war going on because Catullus knows that Krakow knows that he has a 6. Does that mean that Krakow is going to bluff more of the time here? Because Krakow knows he doesn't make a flush. He's going to call.
Oh my God.
He's going to call with that 6.
I called here.
He called the river.
This is the funniest final table I've ever played.
This is an outrageously funny final table. What in the ever-living is going on?
1.5 is normal. I'm not that.
But I know what I'm doing in your shoes.
Do I have a choice?
Krakow says, do I have a choice?
Much bigger.
I would go 10 million. I would go 10 million. There's no version of me not going 10 million in that spot.
And that is quite an incredible swing because Catullus is now up to 17 mil, Krakow at 11 and a half.
You tilt yourself, I mean, at that position. You know my hand.
Yeah.
I mean...
You wouldn't bet in my position in that situation?
No, I wouldn't bet. I tell you I would because I called 1 million.
What if he bet like 7 million, 8 million on this?
No, 7 million I fold. I tell honest, if 7 million I fold. But I checked 1.5 million I can still play.
Yeah.
Why not?
So when a
I'm
player
sorry.
exposes
I'm
the
really
player
sorry.
prematurely, it can affect action in a significant way. This is a warning that if anything like this happens again, it will incur a penalty.
I'm sorry. I just misheard, I can tell.
No problem.
Sorry. I didn't do it anything special.
I really believe Catullus as well, by the way. I don't think this was
Something is... Huh? Oh, no, you have second one.
any sort of anything but a mistake, anything but just...
Because if you want a call, then that's the bet they would throw out. So he could convince himself that, you know, that's what's happening. I really thought that's what you had value. You had me, for sure.
No, never value.
No, I don't think there's anything nefarious going on here. Catullus has played with a very, very good spirit. The whole table's played in such a good spirit. And he's played really quickly as well, Catullus. So I don't think there's any, oh, I'm going to show a 6 so that I can induce more bluffs. It's actually, if anything, showing a 6 at this river. It's not like, oh, if I show a 6, he could bluff so much that I'll just snap off a bet on this run out. Like, it's really uncomfortable, right? There's no advantage to be gained by doing this. In fact, you put yourself, I would say, at a disadvantage. So it's unfortunate. He finds a good decision, and it's a really, really impactful pot. It's one of the bigger pots we've played. But little tip for those watching at home, if you're playing a final table with €1 million up top, don't show your cards in the middle of hands. If you can help it, I would say. It's all in to call for Bansal because it's one big blind. Hops out. Good question from Sam says, what penalty could they give him there? So it would be a 1-round penalty or a 2-round penalty where he wouldn't be able to play his hand for 1 round or 2 rounds. So obviously he would forfeit the blinds. So they'd just make him sit out. But Glenn just saying, you know, if that happens again, we have to look at it. But mistakes happen. So there's no punishment this time because mistakes happen. Look at Catullus just going for the milker here with the deuce. Bets 400,000 in a blind v blind, and you can see that Krakow not really happy to fold queen high. I actually think the way Catullus has played, Krakow won't expect a lot of these thin value bets. I don't expect him... I wouldn't expect Catullus to bet with a deuce. Honestly, he plays so quickly, I wouldn't necessarily expect him to bet with a jack. He's checked back some really strong hands. So Krakow may be just feeling like he's at it.
Pair?
He did have a pair.
This could have been my final hand too.
He did have a pair. And people saying, yeah, but Catullus only showed the one card. You'll have noticed when he shows down every hand, he flips one and then he flips the other. He's never like just tossed his hand face up. He's always that and then that. So definitely nothing bad going on here. The Spring Championship of Online Poker, folks. A date for your diary because it's moving up this year. I'm going to be playing and streaming every single Scoop event in March, and it starts March 1st. So if you want to watch me play tournament poker, we will be investing about $150K in buy-ins. Somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 in buy-ins I'll play through March 1st to 25th. And of course, if you want to get involved, Scoop has high buy-ins, medium buy-ins, low buy-ins. You can qualify into tournaments for as little as 10 cents. You can play championship events for as little as $5, $11. And anything in between with some really, 5K, 10K buy-in, high-stakes tournaments taking place in the Spring Championship of Online Poker. So make sure that date is in your diaries. I will be streaming the whole thing live. I'm very, very excited for the month of March. We're going to be playing poker all day, every day. Lots of stuff going on for Scoop. I'm sure we'll have some giveaways, some fun stuff, some leaderboards, that sort of thing. Everything going on. You can watch all the action here. You can play all the action on PokerStars. That's March 1st to March 25th, a lot earlier this year. Which means it's coming up. We've got to get in fighting shape, folks. January and February, we've got to be limbering up.
Yeah, okay.
I'm ready. I'm ready for a big year. Lillian says, I bet Spraggy has no pants on right now. Wrong! Spraggy's in his underwear. Are you crazy? What if I wanted to jump for joy later on when there's a winner? Bansal folds again. He's all in next hand. Bansal will be forced all in next hand in the big blind.
How much do you have? You have like 5 million?
553. 5.3.
Falls for Krakow. Is no longer chip leader, but still has 11 million.
Sorry?
And really bad cards.
Krakow just open jams.
Save them for this one.
Krakow just shoves, but he's shoving 24 blinds effective into two players who are just going to want to fold pretty much everything.
The good news is my time banks are safe.
SXS says, how much do you expect to win from all those Scoop tournaments? Hopefully more than I put in. Which was the case in 2023 and 2024, but for Coop this year, Scoop and W Coop,
Spoke the last time.
it was not the case.
Come on.
So,
Some space.
Bansal is all in the big blind, and Catullus has got Queen Deuce suited under the gun with a chip lead. And a smile on his face. He's just limping in. Man, he really wants to bust Bansal here, which is odd, because actually, as chip leader, you probably want to keep the short stack alive so that you can pressure the other players. So it's really intriguing that he's limping here. We've never seen him limp, and he limps Queen Deuce. He's almost playing it like a satellite, like he just wants someone to bust so that he can lock up a ladder. But the benefit for him in keeping a short stack, as I say, is that it's very easy for him to accumulate chips. We haven't got sight of Bansal's hand yet. Jack 4 of clubs. It's going to be tough. It's going to be impossible. Not impossible. Difficult. King Jack for stanchu. Impossible. we can see that Bansal is actually dead against Stanchu's hand. So unless someone can make... Okay, well, Catullus limps Queen Deuce of Hearts and makes a flush. By the way, makes a flush and just checks it down. Catullus doesn't try to get value at the river here.
I didn't check my cards. Wow. I didn't check them.
Said he didn't look.
You made a wonderful thing. It's the first time I see ever in my life.
That's
With one
quite
chip,
unique. It doesn't happen
you made
very often.
100,000.
Good luck to you, sir. You played very well. Good game. Good luck. Nice.
I didn't check my cards.
Nice playing with you.
Nice playing with you too. Good luck. Take it down.
Well, finally, we could say good game to Pawan Bansal.
Well
Thanks for all the entertainment, guys.
Crazy.
Claps in the chat. GG's in the chat. What an incredible effort from Pawan Bansal. Was down to 2 big blinds.
Shot at 4, like clear shot at 4, eliminating him with a flip. I'll never understand.
Was down to 2 big blinds yesterday with 10 left. Managed to spin up, got himself a seat at the final 9, got himself a seat today in the final 7, was then down to 0 point something big blinds, found 2 pay jumps, and finishes in 5th place. He said on his interview that he was representing the 1.5 billion people of India, and I think it's fair to say he's represented them very well indeed. I think he should be incredibly proud of his efforts. He made a great fold yesterday with ace deuce as well. Very considered approach for that short stack, and in doing so, secured himself big pay jumps. So absolute full credit to Pawan Bansal, your 5th place finisher. It does mean that we are down to your final 4 competitors. One of these men will walk away from Prague as the main event champion, a place in the history books, in the storied history of the European Poker Tour, and of course, with just over €1 million. And that's a big chunk of change. Bora Catullus just didn't look at his hand, by the way, just a sick man. Didn't even check his cards, limped in, made a flush, then flicked it over and goes, oh, I got a flush, sorry, you're right. Just a lover of the game. Just a lover of the game. Bora Catullus, 18 million. That man on your screen, Matan Krakow, 11.8. Dimitros Gatsas with 4.8. Kostas Stanchu with 6 big blinds, that's 1.3 million. And his job is a lot more straightforward now, Stanchu. He's outlasted the other short stack. He's got 6 bigs. There's no real pressure on him in a sense that he's going to be next on the block anyway. He's just got to try and get chips in the middle. Ace-8 for Catullus on the button. Krakow folds. Catullus now chip leader once again, of course. And Stanchu with these 6 bigs. We see a bit more of a freedom to the way he's going to be able to try and spin this one up. And interestingly, Catullus previously 2.5x the button, goes for just the min raise, which will afford Stanchu a slightly better price. So his job is to try and make a connection to the flop and dance. Is that enough of a connection? Doesn't go for the lead all in. Check. Catullus with a check back. That's a connection. Catullus playing pretty straight up versus most opponents. But does he have some intent here? He does. What an awkward spot for Stanchu. What an incredibly awkward situation. Catullus definitely going to check back a 10 sometimes. Maybe even the way he plays at this shallow depth as well, like trapping with a king sometimes. I could see it. I do think he'll even check back Queen Jack and make a straight. So I don't think that Catullus is only ever bluffing here. It's very awkward with a 9. And it's 40% of our remaining chips. I just wonder whether Stanchu doesn't fancy this one now. I would imagine that he gets to realize a little bit more often, because to me, Catullus strikes me as a sort of player that if he is bluffing, he's not going to follow through on the river once he gets called in this spot. I think he's going to play very honestly if Stanchu flicks in the 400k here. So Stanchu's equity realization will go up as compared to versus someone who might pull the second trigger. So Stanchu decides to call. It's going to be a very important river, not only to see whether he can improve. He doesn't. But is his assumption correct? Is Catullus, once he called, and I think Catullus, once called, is going to wave the flag. He does not wave the flag.
1.1 million.
Well, Stanchu, if he had a tough decision on the turn, he's got an absolutely disgusting one now. It's for everything. It's for his seat at the table. And Stanchu has to think this one through. How often does Catullus trap a king? How often, if he has a 10, does he find the value? Does his story make sense? How often do we open the door to Catullus, and how often does he walk through that door with a bluff? It's agonizing. It's a really nice find from Catullus. It's a very cool bluff to realize that your opponent is at a very awkward part of their range and just apply that pressure to the 9. And let it not be said that Bora Catullus is here on luck alone.
Bluff?
Yes, bluff. Yes, it was a bluff, and it was a very good one. Asking the question at the river, and it will mean that Costas Stanchu's down to just 3 bigs.
I'll raise 400,000.
Bora Catullus with a great continue at the river. Gets his fold. Comes back in swinging with a king 5. Krakow on the button with ace-8 suited. And as I mentioned, Krakow in this distribution doesn't really want to 3-bet get in a lot of hands against Catullus. So we want to play primarily flat call. We're going to want to call with queens even. We're going to want to call with ace-king even. So Krakow can't really move himself into the aggressive node pre-flop. Just calls on the button. Does give a good price to Gatsas, who won't want to call very often here, but with the 4s. Pretty tempting, isn't it? Pretty easy hand to play as well. If you hit a 4, you do cartwheels. If you don't, you've got an easy fold. Well, no 4 for Gatsas, but top 2 for Krakow. And the betting lead for Catullus starts with a check. I do think that Krakow's threshold for stacking off against Catullus is really, really high. That will make him check back here with a lot of just 1 pair hands. Like, his incentive to put money in against Catullus is really low. So if he does so, it needs to be with really strong hands. And I mean not ace-10, ace-jack. I mean ace-queen, ace-8.
1 pass, 5 pass.
He does have the ace-8. He bets 750k and it's job done. Who you guys got for the win now? Obviously, we had a lot of Conor O'Driscoll fans in. We have Vitoslav Czech, who's a member of the chat community here. We had him in. He was the bracket pick to win the whole event. But we're down to Catullus, Krakow, Gatsas, and Stanchu. Who you got, chat? Who you got? Zazan Satori says Krakow's my pick to win. Yo-Yo Skybob says Bora. I said it before. Jack Marshall says Turkish guy. Bora Catullus. He would be the first ever Turkish winner.
7 pass. 8 pass.
Catullus Maximus. Lots of Catullus
1 call.
fans in the chat. Krakow for the win. From Pete Robbo. What's up, Pete? This is one of my clients, Krakow. Nice.
1 check, 5 check.
A lot of people said I believe that Krakow will win. I think he's played really well. I think he played really well when he got the chip lead too. Gatsas makes top pair. Catullus makes...
1 bet, 200,000, 5 pass.
Nice cards. Really
not
nice.
a very good hand.
Right to show. King 10 of spades.
Nice flop, nice turn. Nothing to pay for me. 5 deuce. So we will have a break at 30 hands or
8 more hands until the break.
Okay.
No, it's not fair.
4 o'clock, yeah? Even how many, yeah?
But maybe if we want, I think we can.
We can give a break.
How do we know what time it is?
Let us give a break.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you can change the scale because of the streaming.
Yeah.
Hey, don't mind me. You take a break whenever you want. I can go on a break. It's no problem, guys. It's no problem. Gets us with the 9s.
One raise, 400,000. 5-4.
Catullus beating him into the pot from the small blind. And Krakow was 7-5 offsuit. Covered by Catullus. How about this, though? One of the other players at the table's got 3 bigs, so I just wonder whether... Nah. But I will say, Gats is not going to be happy putting a lot of money into this pot. With a 3 big blind stack at the table and a ladder worth over 100,000 euro. Bets the flop. About as clean a board as he could hope for. Catullus just mercilessly peels king high.
6.
Gats looking to clear up. Does so.
Nice.
You showed?
No. You can see on YouTube. I have.
On youtube.com/Spraggy.
Nice card. King queen.
Nines.
King queen.
Yeah.
I'm not bad. King queen.
Stanchu's got 1 big blind left. He got maneuvered out of his Jack 9. His tournament life hangs in the balance. What's he got here in the big blind? What's he got?
All in.
Krakow's ripping the king high. Stanchu probably has to put it in.
Let's gamble it.
Let's gamble it, he says. He's got a very live hand, 6-4.
6-4 off versus Popa 3. Nu e 6-4.
Goes to join his rail.
Trupa. Let's go.
I love it. It's nice. It's really nice.
Vamos.
All right.
Versus Popa 3. Trupa.
The dance is on.
Trupa.
No, me está hablando tuba.
Sure.
Let's go.
Why not? Why not? Any help? Not yet. Backdoor heart.
Avem un backdoor flush draw.
Still no pairs for either player. The 6-4 is still very live, but needs to find something. Not yet. One more swing. One more swing at a 6 or a 4 for Kostin Stanchu. Can he knock it out of the park? Is there hope?
I had the 4.
Swing and a miss. Good game for Kostin Stanchu, leaving us in 4th place.
Good luck. Good game, sir. Good luck. And see you at the merit.
See you in the merit.
Yeah.
Please find me there.
Good luck.
349,650 euro. Best part of Tree Fitty
Enjoy.
for Kostin Stanchu.
4 o'clock. What is the time? We don't have any.
3:20
40 minutes more. Huh?
The field down to 3. Stanchu's on fire. 4th place, not bad. Not bad.
Perfect. Wait, because we have to check with the TV.
Check with the TV whether we want to take a break. These guys want to take a quick break, I think.
My bad, we have to start the table because numbers have to be done at the table.
They want to look at a deal.
We need to talk to each other at the table?
Exactly, yeah. Can't talk off the table.
They want to make a deal.
Can you help with the chip counter?
The deal discussion is on camera?
Yes. Okay. That's a great EPG regulation.
They want to look at the numbers. We said this might happen. 1,019,000 for first. 636k per second. 454k per third.
And if I want to consult with a friend, I can go aside. And
I think I want to go to smoke. Can I go and smoke? I think I can. It will.
You have to stay on the stage. You have to stay on stage. Okay.
Can he smoke on the stage? Can he smoke on the stage? Come on. Come on. Come on. I want an old school negotiation in a smoke-filled room here. 600 grand or I ain't walking. Come on. Okay, they've let him go for a cigarette break. It looks like we're going to try and flatten this one out a little bit. A milli for first, 600k for second, 454 for third. Here are your chip counts. Sporo Catullus gone for a cigarette, 17.7 million in the one seat. Matt and Krakow, second, 13.1 million. Dimitros Gatsas, 5.775. Be interesting to see what sort of deal might get carved out with this distribution. Obviously, Bora Catullus' circumstances are quite beneficial, and Gatsas quite aggressively far away from both of them. So the short stack looking for a bump up from the 454k that he's already got locked. Everybody locked 454. I don't know what the deal is with regards. We are going to take a break, I think. So the good thing about PokerStars live events is that the floor, the staff, will facilitate the chop or the deal. And that deal will be made in front of the cameras, on the stage, all the discussions. So there's complete transparency. There's no, he agreed to this, he agreed to that, going back on it. The tournament staff are going to take care of all that, make sure the numbers get locked in, make sure that everybody understands the numbers, make sure that everybody agrees to the numbers. All that Twitch says, I'm hearing that Catullus has just flat out asked for all the money. He said, we'll make a deal. I want more than $1 million. I believe that has happened in the past where somebody has managed to negotiate a deal for more than first place. I don't think it's going to happen here. So we'll see once they get back what that deal might look like. Stretching my legs. I've been stood up all day. I wanted to keep the energy high. It's been exciting, hasn't it?
750. 7 million, 750. And then the last one, 13 million, 150. 13 million, 150. 150. Okay.
So numbers are going into the computer.
Prize money should be 2,110,225. Can you see the green one up there?
So our floor here, Nick O'Hara. There's your deal maker. What do we got?
Okay.
If you're ready, Nick, you can just stay where you are.
Sure. No problem. Hey guys. Or are they his? They all his? I think they're all C5, sorry. I thought they're the ones you handed me.
So I believe also that each player gets
So you're
one
going to get them all seated.
consultant, if you will. They can have one friend
He spent only one in tournament.
that they can discuss with and get advice from, perhaps.
And it was a useless hand. I had pocket sixes.
So,
players, congratulations on making it this far. Here you can see your names here in seat order. This is your chip stack. Maybe just first of all double check that you agree with the chip stack that we have inputted here. Then after that, here you can see these are the current payouts, and then this is the ICM based on that.
so this ICM chop would mean Bora takes home 757, Matan 700 something.
250. The dealer will double check that.
And it would mean that Dimitrios Gatsas takes 500 something. So a big flattening from top, a big flattening out from first place.
Okay. So our
And is this after you put money on the side for?
So that should be here somewhere. There it is there. Okay, so our procedure is that because you're all guaranteed third place, here we remove 3 times third place from the remaining prize money, which is that. That
How
leaves.
much is going to be left aside if we were to take this?
So this is the current prize pool. 3 times third is this amount of money. That means this is left to do the deal on. Our rule is that you must leave at least 10% of that. So this is the minimum amount that you guys need to play on for.
And is this after deducting this?
Yes.
We will play for 74. This one is guaranteed for these positions. I understand.
So this is what you would be guaranteed.
We will play
based on
for the
this.
74. It's good for me. I can accept this one.
So you guys are welcome to have one.
Please check, everybody.
Sir, you guys are welcome to have one person to discuss this with, but the discussion needs to take place here at the table, not down at the floor. But you're welcome to bring one person up to discuss it with, or make a phone call if you wish. But the deal must take place up here. I think in the interest of time, we'll give it kind of 3 or 4 minutes. And if we don't have an agreement after that time, then we'll continue play. Is that okay? Okay. Let you guys discuss.
So there will be at least, I believe, €74,000 held back for the eventual winner. So we will certainly have something left to play for. Players are now able to consult, as I said, with one other person. They can make a phone call if they want, phone a friend. Gatsas is discussing.
So guys, we must stay at the table. I'm going to call this guy back.
Yeah, he's got to do it at the table, really.
Sir, you need to stay at the table. You can bring one person up. One person will come up, but you need to stay at the table. Thank you.
Bora Katulis seemed pretty content to take that chop. He said that works for me. That would see him leave with 754.
5,75. Δες τώρα το τέτοιο. 5,75 παίρνω εγώ, 7,50 παίρνει ο Θείος και 703 παίρνει ο άλλος. Και αφήνουμε 75 για την
This is Matt and Kraken's friend Ranilani.
כמובן, אני לא אקח שקל פחות אם הוא יתייעץ עם החבר שלו ויחשוב כרגע. אני יודע
Gatsas in discussion.
Ναι.
Αλλά υπάρχει πιθανότητα ο Θείος να στραβώσει και να μην γίνει ιστορία.
Αυτό και να παίξεις μετά πάνω
Και
μου.
είναι πολύ αδιάφορο για αυτό που παίζει τα 15-20.
Όχι ρε, όχι.
Επίσης και το EV της είναι πολύ καλό το EV, ότι μπορεί να πάρει στον κούπο.
Ναι, αυτό.
Katulis is like...
Έτσι ακριβώς.
Μπορεί να μπατλάρουν μεταξύ του, αλλά δεν μπατλάρουν. Γιατί τότε το βλέπω που κολλάρει πάρα πολύ.
You're okay?
I'm fine.
He's like, yeah.
I don't want to
So it is Catullus with the chip lead. And obviously the benefit of this deal is that Krakow and Catullus both take home more than second place.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can play for the trophy and it's an extra.
Yeah, I think it's very good, quite good, similar. We won.
Good job, guys.
Looks like handshakes.
It was very
So
good.
it looks like we have a deal.
Yeah.
Exactly these numbers?
Yeah.
Okay, they're locking in it bang on ICM. Nobody attempts to negotiate here. Everybody quite happy.
Okay. I will prepare this if you guys want to take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll make it over.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what's happening right now is they've made a deal three
How long
ways.
do we have now?
They've decided to flatten out the payouts.
Can we make it 10? Just gather ourselves.
Okay, so we'll be back at 3:40.
We've got a 10-minute break, and then the play will resume because we still have to decide a champion.
340.
And they will also be playing for an additional, I believe, €74,000 on the table. So the winner will take home the 74,000 and the trophy, and the crown of EPT Main Event Champion 2025 here in Prague. We will get confirmation of the payout. So the deal is Catullus takes home €757,000. Krakow takes home €703,000. Gatsas takes home €574,000. So Gatsas actually was third place, would have been 454. Gatsas takes home 574. Second place was 636, and Krakow taking home 703. Catullus taking home 757, and of course, €74,000 still to play for. €74,000 still on the table. We are going to take a very quick break.
So we are starting this hand about 42 big blinds effective. Peter Jorgna is the shorter of the two stacks.
Belair raising with 7-6 offsuit, seems pretty standard.
Yep, lots of raising from position heads up.
There's always time for a spin and go, isn't there? There's always time for a $100 spin and go, isn't there? Those guys are on a 10-minute break. We could watch some old EPT hands, but we could do that anytime, can't we? We can watch old EPT hands at our leisure. Should we play a spin? Who wants a spin? Sure. Probably a little bit of background music wouldn't go amiss. Should we spin for $1 million? Imagine I win $1 million right now. More than first place. More than first place in the EPT after the deal. Are you ready? Welcome to the Spin and Go Hub, the greatest hub on the internet today. We're going to put up $100. We're not going to put up $1 million. That seems a little aggressive. We've got 10-minute window before the action is back. Oh no, it's doing that thing where I can't click on the spin and go because of the... You do hate to see it. You do hate to see it. It's not been a great spin and go, few spin and go sessions for our APT coverage, isn't it? We're down quite a bit. Time to win it all back, baby. This is the best bit. $1 million. 200. That's okay. Let's win a quick 100. Let's win a quick 100. I'm down. Oh my god, I had ace king. A walk? Sickener. I'm washing out. The sun's going down. That's better, isn't it? That's better. Gotta snap it off. Oh my goodness. 9! Easiest 9 of my life. Of my life! We're heads up for 200 bucks. We're heads up for 200 bucks. Why don't we see the cards? Oh, you do see the cards. You don't see the cards because they're on no delay, huh? Are people thinking, how can I show you my cards when my opponent could see it? That would be very detrimental to my hopes and dreams and desires of winning. Cannot reveal my holding. I cannot. 11 blinds plays 11.5. Intense musical experience. $200 on the line. As Sunderland take the lead against Newcastle in the derby. The break is, they're taking 10 minutes, so we'll be back in about 5, 6, 7 minutes. Sure. Little jack high. I think we probably do need to bluff it at the river. Especially on a 3. Probably. Seamus says, how are you ahead of my Sky? I don't know, I'm on Sky as well. Too many outs. Come on. How do I brick Queen 8 of hearts against Jack on Jack 9, 3, 2 hearts against 4s? Can counterfeit as well. Oh my goodness. Spin me back in. Spin me back in. We lost our flip for 200. It was, what a flop though. Yeah, they had 35% to hold on the flop. Disgusted really. Got a good hand here. Hold. Always a chance. We're back, baby. We're back. Call me Power and Bansel. I'm spinning it in. I'm spinning it on up. Never say never, never say die. Chip in a chair. Oh my god, he's got ace-3. He was so deep in the time bank, I thought he had real just mark. He just, nice one, mate. Nice one, mate.
I mean, so many spade draws have bricked. Some of the hands Balea might semi-bluff raise the turn and bricked as well.
No, thank you. We'll try again. $1 million. Give me $1 million now. Okay. All right. 20 big blinds for 400 bucks. What did we have? 5.5 minutes till we're back. I believe. I believe. Oh, no card cover. Good shout. Good. Thank you, chat. You saved my ass. Got your ass. A little milker at the river. A little 25 chip milker. With a queen. Not for me, mate. Not for me, mate. Not for me, mate. No, thank you. Not for me. Had the 10 and the 7. Had the 10 and the 7. We'll wait for a better spot. Blinds are up 15:30. We won't miss any action from Prague, but it does mean I have to win quickly. But I could do that. I could do that. Jack 8, bonjour. Bonjour. Valorant Short says, why spin and go? Because I got 10 minutes. I got a 10-minute window to get back to the EPT Prague commentary. King Jack for the win. We're heads up for $400. But that guy got all the other guys' chips, so we got a comeback story to tell. All in with the Queen 6-0, sure. Will I play a session after this? It depends. I don't think so. I've done 10-hour days the last 5 days. Ace-10 against Ace-6? Is there any justice in this game? He spiked to 6 for the 400. We have been robbed once again on our break here, chat.
Just call this all the way down.
I got 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
A continuation bet of 2 million from Barney Boatman into a pot of 6.2 million. Kaufman with second pair top kicker calls. This hand going to the turn, and Kaufman now has less than pot behind.
Yeah, and what he really doesn't want is a low card like that. Something in that deuce to 5 range where it doesn't really change the complexion of the board too much. You know, maybe a king or a queen of spades.
Wow, Boatman shoves on Kaufman. It is all in to call. And what does Kaufman do here with a pair of 9s?
Am I allowed to ask for a count, even if it's cover spin?
Asks for a count, which I guess buys him more time without having to play a time bank card, but really?
Well, in fairness, he did say, am I allowed to? You know, it wasn't like he was, it's just like with trying to understand within the rules. This is a very important spot for Kaufman and you know, wants to utilize within the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, it's a little. I agree with you, James. But you know, it's like it was polite.
I don't know how exact he wants to be.
Is Kaufman out of time banks? Is that why he needs to do this?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Or he might have a limited number left. Either way, it is a huge decision, right? You make the correct call here,
I guess,
and you have pretty much evened things up.
I guess it's just something a little comical about counting 40 million.
It's fine.
Chips.
I call.
Makes the call, and this could be it. The chips go in, and Barney Boatman is near enough a 9-1 favorite. David Kaufman needs an ace or a 9 on the river, or this is over.
Yeah, certainly Kaufman also considering maybe
Ace
hands
9.
like King 10, King Queen that would shove the turn here.
This is only the second hand of heads-up play.
My gosh.
And it could be the last hand of the tournament.
And that is a confident smile of a man that I think believes it is his time. Is it Barney Boatman's time?
An ace or a 9 required for Kaufman to continue. The river is a queen.
Thank you. Very well played.
The oldest EPT champion ever, the 68-year-old UK poker legend, takes down EPT Paris 2024.
Just an incredible story, and you can see welling up a little bit with pride, people on the rail who love him, and it's just a beautiful thing to see.
Arguably the biggest legend of them all, cementing his legendary status on the European Poker Tour, Mr. Barney Boatman, winner in Paris in 2023. We are still to crown a winner here in Prague in 2025. Welcome back to your final table. My name is Spraggy. We'll be bringing you all of the action from the beautiful, beautiful Czechia capital. Your chip counts, if I may, 17.7 million, Bora Katulis, 13.1 for Matan Krakow, Dimitris Gratsas with 5.775. And like the flowing river, what's the river in Prague? We don't know. This one has taken many twists and turns until eventually we have arrived with a deal being made. A deal has been struck. Katulis will take home 757,000 euro. Matan Krakow will take home 703,000 euro. Dimitris Gratsas will take 574,000 euro. This is a change from the proposed payout of a milli, 600k, 450k. It does mean that we will play for the remaining 74,661 euro in the prize pool, so about 75 bags. And of course, trophies, titles, championships, prestige, honor, a place in the record books when we look back at Prague 2025.
I don't work very hard last 4 or 5 years. Like a supervisor. Sometimes go somewhere. I will concentrate on poker more.
So Katulis, I believe, is a civil engineer. He says he hasn't been working very much over the last 4 or 5 years. Sounded like he's doing a little bit of management work, a little bit of consultancy perhaps, but... We will avoid a 400,000 euro heads-up match. It's quite a lot to ask of your average player. A lot to ask of anyone playing heads-up for 400k with, 20, 30 big blind stacks sometimes. It's so much money to swing with so much variance. I'm a big, big proponent of the fact that stars allow deals and being able to just chop it out transparently. Like, you shouldn't... It's pretty uncomfortable to force players to play for uncomfortable amounts of money. And what ends up happening is that a deal will be made but not facilitated by the operator, and then you sort of have to place your trust in the other person to honor the deal, and it all can get a little bit messy. So PokerStars just putting everything right out into the open so that we all know that there's been a deal as well, and there's no, maybe 2 players would make a deal and another player is involved, and it can all get too silly or can all get a little bit naughty. But the match will continue on, of course. I think all of these players will still be very keen. I mean, we're playing for 75 grand. How often do you get to play for 75,000 euro? And how often do you get to play for a main event title? Ace Jack for Krakow blind versus blind. In fact, last time we did this watch along, we had a deal made in Malta, didn't we? And that heads up was incredibly good fun. I think there was 11 or 12 all-ins where the short stack kept winning. Something like that, wasn't it? It went on for a very long time. I certainly remember. So Krakow finding the top pair straight out the gate. Blind versus blind as well. He'll bet 300k. Gatsas calls to a 7 of diamonds turn. A lot of opportunities to improve for Gatsas. Now with the gut shot straight draw alongside his pair. Krakow in value mode. Got a really strong hand blind v blind. Can certainly just get called by a bare naked 10. Can certainly get called by some 7x. Something like 7-8, 7-9. And 2 flush draws. Hearts and diamonds. And Krakow's hand without coverage of either of the flush draws just benefits from drawing value from those sorts of hands. Let's see what the river brings because Gatsas calling in position. It's another jack. And I do feel like Gatsas will like this run out in a sense of all of Krakow's marginal equities bricking out. Hands like Queen 8, 8-5, 8-6, anything with a 9 in it, King 9, bricks out, diamonds brick out, hearts brick out.
1.9.
1,900,000.
So 1.9 from Krakow. He's claiming a jack. Obviously, we can see that he has one. He's looking to get paid by a 10 in particular. Obviously, some weaker jacks. But with the board run out, running out in this manner, Gatsas may be a little bit suspicious that there are so many natural bluffs for Krakow to choose from that he might find himself overdoing it. I do wonder how often, conversely, Gatsas will feel he's bluffing on a repeat jack. Some players will slow down when the top card pairs. Just be a little bit more afraid of bluffing it with something like a Queen 8 or a Queen 9. Well, Gatsas not an immediate believer here, as we can see. Just running through scenarios in his mind. How does the deal maybe affect the way that these guys are going to play? Will they throw caution to the wind a little bit more now that the stakes are somewhat lower? How often does Gatsas have a jack? At least some of the time. But he can still beat potentially a very large amount of bluffs. I think in theory we're going to want to call this hand. We block 8-9, which is nice. This is probably one of our better 10s to call with. But then maybe some ideas about having 10-3 or 10-4 so that we don't block Queen 8 that's a bluff. Or any other 8x that's bluffing the turned gut shot. Maybe fading an 8 or a 9 in our hand when we call is good. So all of these ideas just percolating through the mind of Gatsas. These are the sort of things that players think about when they're in the time bank at the river, facing choices like this. It's a very significant pot. We know that Krakow raises the small blind very wide as well. Do you remember Krakow raising with 6-3, Queen 5? So we know that he'll be able to have hands like 8-4, 8-5, 9-6. Obviously Queen 9, King 9. All these factors combined. Does he have too many bluffs in the spot? Does Gatsas want to keep him honest? What about bluffing flush draws? Will he be bluffing hearts? Will he be bluffing some diamonds? Gatsas decides yes. He has a very nice bluff catcher. But he's not going to see one on this occasion. Krakow tables 3 of a kind. 6.4 million chips. It's a really big setback for Gatsas. He's down to just a couple million now. First hand of 3-handed. Early throws of this three-way dance. Matan Krakow closes the gap on Bora Catullus. It leaves us with a very clear 1 and 2. Krakow, in fact, just out in front with 17.1. Bora Catullus with 16.7. Gatsas now with work to do at 2.2 million. We've got Smilla the Hero in the chat. Hello, Smilla. Welcome in. And welcome in, everybody. This is the final 3 of the main event in Prague. Deal has been struck if you're joining us late. 757,000 euro for Catullus, 703,000 euro for Krakow, 574,000 euro for Gatsas. Who finds himself in the small blind with Jack 8, calls. Catullus a free flop, okay. 9-4-4. No movement on the flop, quick checks. Same for the turn card. Check, check. Catullus has got 7 high. Gatsas just jack high. Catullus throws it in the bin. In the bin. I'm just looking at the stars schedule today. There is a BSOP main event, 1 milli.
How much?
600,000.
But I do feel like my voice is starting to come to the end of its road. I've commentated every hand of the coverage over the 5 days. 10 or 11 hours every day for the first 4. Been live for 4 hours today. Might be worth taking a break this evening. Indeed, this heads up might run deep into the evening. Or this 3-handed. Don't rule Gatsas out of anything just yet. Krakow with a gut shot. Blind versus blind. Catullus spends 600k. Sizable pot starting to develop. Catullus having raised pre-flop. Continued with a bet on the flop. Krakow finds himself on the turn with 9 high. Benefits, of course, from starting to bluff.
900.
Bets 900,000. It's definitely going to peel all of the gut shots, so he's going to have 7-8, 8-9, 9-7. He's probably peeling some backdoors. And look at this, Catullus just picking up on the fact that he's going to have all these worse hands and sticks around with king high in the blind v blind. 9 on the river. I think Catullus is going to play in flow. It was good. It's not anymore.
Nice river, huh?
Krakow
Nice
catches.
roll. I can't bluff you.
Nice
I
river.
have to hit. No
I
more.
thought you have 9-8, not 9-7. I was thinking he has 9-8 again.
No more bluffing.
Uh-huh.
If I bet again, it's only value now.
Uh-huh.
Nice hand.
Oh, Catullus was bang on with his read. He's aiming to become the first ever Turkish champion of an EPT. Hand 60, 100k, 200k. Now I believe that we're playing 30 hands per level. I think this is the last hand of this level. Krakow with a pair of 3s. Folds versus the button steal. Gatsas folds in the big blind. A little bit surprised to see the 3s in the bin.
We got a new level now. This is hand number 30, so now we are playing 125.
125, 250, 250.
So Glenn confirms that the blinds are up 125k, 250k with a 250k big blind ante. As we can see, that means that Gatsas is less than 10 bigs. And Krakow and Catullus well out in front. It's Catullus in the big blind. But we'll start with Krakow on the button. Folds. So blindy blind. King high is all in. Yeah, good shot for the king high. Just going to be able to steal that big blind a lot. Oh boy, not going to be able to steal against that. Catullus wakes up with ace 8. And once he gets a count, less than 10 bigs, I think he's in the middle. Weirdly, the longer this goes on, the more hopeful Gatsas will be to be up against a queen high or a jack high. It's such a long time in the call. I actually think he'll like his chances with king high. Certainly won't expect to see something as strong as ace 8. Very close to a flip though. Happy to be live. Gatsas in the balance. Will his chances of competing in the heads-up portion of this tournament dissipate? The 5 cards will now decide his fate. Still got a smile on his face. He's bagged 574,000 euro today. Can he bag some more? No help on the flop. No backdoors. Needs a deuce or a king. Needs a little something something. 9 won't do it. The end of the road, the end of the journey coming into sight for Dimitris Gatsas. And there it is. Okay. Confirmation of his third place finish. Confirmation brought by the Queen of Clubs. Handshakes once again all round between these three. Got to move with the king high, 10 big blinds deep, super standard stuff. Going to fold out a lot of hands. Going to pick up those blinds, but runs into the ace 8, Dimitris Gatsas, third place for 574,586. Good games in the chat, claps in the chat. Great run, great performance. 1,224 runners into a podium finish. It does mean, folks, that we are heads up in Prague.
So you're each the same side? So if you I should go there, yeah?
The arena is set, the stage is set. The lights have never been brighter. There can be only one. This will be a 70 big blind deep heads-up match between Matan Krakow and Bora Catullus. Only one man can walk away the champion.
This one, yeah? Okay. This one, no problem. I will do everything. Thank you.
We're just going to move the chips into the more adversarial setup.
Not easy, huh?
And it's time to turn my attention to the chat. Spam away. Get in the chat. Who do you think will win? Who are you rooting for to take the trophy in Prague?
It's going to be box 3, right?
Yeah, it's going to use that box.
Right, so using this box, and we're going to get started right away. So please take your seats, guys.
We're trying to put it in a way that I can see how much.
Confirmation of the chip counts,
How much do you
19.1.
have? We can know the total chips there, 100.
I have
it's not,
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18.
If his average is 18, then we can calculate from it. How much you have?
A little bit over 19.
Sorry, guys,
19, so I have 17.
Sorry. Would you mind taking your seats now? We'll get
He's a
started.
maths guy. He's a maths
If you have
guy.
19, I have 17.
Sorry, guys. If you could listen to me.
Yeah.
Sorry. 2 seconds. We're going to start this back off in any second now. If you could, I'm going to be right here. I'll give you a count. With my hands, I'll count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that will cue the deal. At the same time, you both stand up, you meet in the middle, you shake hands, sit back down, and head to head.
Okay.
Is that all right? Is that clear? Thank you, guys.
Magic of television. A little peek behind the curtain there, isn't it? A little Wizard of Oz moment. A little production Oh, have you seen that?
It was online. It was big blind.
Surely Catullus is going to want to shift to the other seat, no? Be opposite.
5 seconds.
Man's just won 700 something grand. Let him sit where he wants. Oh, look, they're shaking hands, meeting in the middle. A lovely organic moment. A lovely organic moment here in Prague. Before this heads up begins. Catullus got about 17 something million. Krakow got about 19 in a bit. It's game on!
Sorry?
You're using that box.
That's one. I thought, okay. This hand I will do, then I will change.
Column 3.
All right.
1 million.
Raise 1 million.
We've got to limp the very first hand, 10-8 offsuit. Krakow bumps it up to 1 million. That's 4x. Catullus folds. He's got his encyclopedia block of time banks. So does Krakow. Got a fair amount of 30-second decision cards if he wants them, if either of them want them. A reminder that there was a deal, which means that Catullus takes home 757,000 euro. Krakow taking home 703,000 euro, and they will play heads up for 74,655. So about 75 grand heads up. And a trophy that looks a little like that one, but in gold. Be interesting to see how the style develops, whether we're going to play a raise strategy, whether we're going to play a limp strategy. Very stylistic approach to heads up. Like some people are just going to play wildly different to others. 500k is the raise. Catullus fights back with an immediate 3-bet to what, 2 million something? Stack of 2,100ks. So 4x the size of the raise. I think it's a good sign for us that he's 3-betting the ace-4 offsuit early. It does show a willingness to try and force big pots.
Sağ olun, var olun. Vallahi bekleyin. Thank you.
And how many hands per level do we play heads up? Is it still 30? I feel like it's not 30. And as a commentator, it's my job to imbue you with that knowledge, that information. That's my role here. But unfortunately, I can't do it because I don't know, and I'm bad at my job. Hey, by the way, you've got one chance left. I haven't even asked at all today. Your record for likes per minute of these streams over the last 5 days has been 133. Perhaps you've got one more opportunity. If you've enjoyed any of the action from Prague over the last 5 days, it's been my absolute pleasure to bring you the Cards Up coverage and to share all these moments with you and to hang out and do the watch along in our own unique way. If you've enjoyed it, please do feel free to like the stream on YouTube. I will give you 60 seconds to attempt to break your likes per minute record. The run starts now. Oh wait, did I click start? Did I click stop? Stop run? Okay, that's a lie. I've messed it up. This is a classic, isn't it? All right, go. It's not 600. You've got to beat 133. If you've enjoyed any of the broadcasting, if you've enjoyed the stream, if you've enjoyed hanging out, please feel free to drop us a like. It really helps us out. As Catullus bumps it up to 2 million on Jack 5-4 with a 10 and some mystery meat. Can we beat 133? Appreciate all your likes. I appreciate all your support. Appreciate all your kind words over the last 5 days as we come into the final throwings of this. Hopefully we get to do it again one day down the road. I don't know what the future holds. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. Queen 10 in position for Krakow. Releases. I think you're going to do it. I think you're going to break the record. You've got 5 seconds left to smash the like button. Quick, quick, quick. Like it. 124 is a new record. Thank you, everybody. Well, oh, no, wait. It's 133. You're useless. You're bad. You're banned. We're never doing it again. PokerStars are shutting us down. Poker Vloggers Network says, I'm watching while playing the Sunday Storm at PokerStars UK. Nice. Good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. I might jump into some Sunday Million BSOP main event action in a bit. I might not be able to resist. Watching the EPT always gets me in the mood to play a few cards. Ace deuce to the big blind for Krakow. 10-5 for Catullus. It is a limped pot. Check, check on the flop. Krakow with the ace high.
Bet from 3-8.
800.
Well, now, how about this? Catullus with a stab on the turn. With a 10-5 offsuit. Krakow sticking around with ace high. Will Catullus feel as though he wants to follow through at the river? Be an early indicator of how willing he is to bluff in some of these lesser contested pots, in these limped pots. 2 million. So what's his story here? Check, check on the flop. Bets the turn, bets the river. Claiming a 4. Krakow just putting those time banks to work. And as I mentioned, as we go into this heads up, it's a really stylistic thing. Some people will look for hands to bluff that have equity to improve. Some people will end up bluffing too much of the time because they're just firing everything that's air. And in a heads up, you're going to play very wide ranges. You're going to play so many cards that so often you don't connect with the board.
I can't.
Wow, yeah, look at this. Okay, really good, clean start for Krakow. Smile from Catullus.
My turn.
Ace high call. Big call. And the swing comes in for Krakow up to 21 million. He takes the lead. Boris Catullus firing off the 10 high. Has his wings clipped early. He'll play 21 million now. Catullus down to 15.5. But good resilience shown from Matan. In a spot where resilience paid dividends.
$500,000
raise, I mean.
In raise from the button. Catullus already eyeing chips. Of course, we have to defend big blind very wide. 5 just offsuit. Looks like he's just going for full defense versus the min raise, which I think is a good enough strategy. Perfectly viable strategy. Queen 10-7. Swing and a miss again. Krakow c-bets. Catullus releases. Chris Compton says, heads up is its own beast. I love it. It's a very unique part of the game, isn't it? A part of the game where you go from 8-handed for most of the 5 days and playing maybe 20% of hands to you go into 3 or 4-handed, and sometimes, given the ICM nature, you're really not getting involved too much because you're folding and looking for ladders. And then you're thrust into the gladiatorial situation, just 1 versus 1, where you have to play pretty much every hand you get dealt. And it's a very personal confrontation. Really just working out how your opponent's maneuvering through the streets, what sort of hands they're bluffing, what sort of thresholds they're using to value bet. Do play the Winter Series if you're in France, Spain, or Portugal. Do play the Winter Series. Not sure how many France, Portugal, or Spanish players we might have with us, but good luck. Is that Conor O'Driscoll in my YouTube chat? Hello, Conor. How are you? COD Poker on YouTube in the YouTube chat. Says heads up already, should have waited. What a punter, eh? What a punter.
500.
Great performance, mate. Been an absolute pleasure commentating you the last 2 days. Absolute delight. Great run. Great run. You got lots of love in the chat, lots of fans in the chat. COD Poker on YouTube is Conor O'Driscoll, who we've watched over the last few days, folks. If you want to drop him a subscribe, you can follow him on Twitch as well, at COD Poker on Twitch. We'll have a link in the chat for that. But great run, Conor. Rocking the United shirt as well. I loved to see it. Absolutely loved to see it. Hand 70.
Raise 500,000.
500k from Catullus. Aces for Krakow.
2 million.
Makes it 2 million.
Fold.
Quick fold. Quick fold. Krakow moving towards first place in the trophy. Sunderland moving towards a win over Newcastle. 1-0 in the 87th minute. On Derby Day in the northeast. Monk says no trap. Nah, with aces heads up, you just want to get more money in the middle. They're deep enough that you're going to want to play a lot of 3-bets to create big pots.
500.
Raise 500,000.
And there's enough aggression that it's not obvious that you've got aces when you raise, right? So if we've got good hands, we put money in. If we've got some really bad hands, we put money into balance. But typically, there's not going to be a lot of slow playing heads up. As you can see, ace-5 offsuit, 3-betting. There's just going to be a lot of raising, re-raising. It's nothing versus nothing a lot. So when there's enough aggression to disguise the fact that you're going to have aces, you always just want to be raising with the aces. Sadly, no action for him. But Catullus fights fire with fire, 3-bets himself the next hand with the ace-5-0 and wins.
Calling free. Up. Check. Checkmate. 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 Bet for 6-3. 500,000.
Catullus drags another one. Sorry, I was just replying to a YouTube comment. Don't forget, if you've missed any of the action, you want to catch up with what happened over the course of this Prague, or if you just like watching interesting live poker hands, we had a recap from days 2, 3, 4, and 5. We will recap this one for a YouTube video at the conclusion of the event as well.
$500.
Raise 500.
Min raise again from Krakow with a Jack 10. 3 high. That's as low a high as you can be. But Catullus off into the streets, of course. Suited up and all.
Check from free.
400.
400,000.
Quick C bet from Krakow. Not sure it'll be enough to get the job done. Catullus with just a little bit of interest with the gut shot. Comes along with currently the nut low, but opportunities perhaps to steal the pot on later streets as well. Will those opportunities be forthcoming? A check from Catullus. Krakow definitely with a hand that benefits from some double barreling. We can see that he has showdown. Check, check. Jack High wins. This is a very, very telling showdown. Because Catullus arrives at the river with the nut low. He's not... It's impossible to have any worse hands. And he chooses not to bluff. Where I think a small bet just represent a 9 or an ace. Maybe some bigger sizings building out around the 4. Would certainly get the job done. Fold out a king high, queen high, jack high. Fold out anything is efficient for you since you have the nut low. So this should definitely be, if Catullus is calling pre, which is fine, calling flop, which is fine. But if he gets to the river with his hand, it should definitely be the place from which he chooses his bluffs. And the fact that he didn't bluff, if I'm Krakow, I'm looking at that hand, that showdown in particular. And it's just going to make me, I think, a little less likely to make river calls once we have a bet, call, flop, check, check, turn line. Because this failure to bluff from the 3 high means that going forward, I wouldn't trust Catullus to be bluffing very often in those spots.
Check. Check.
Catullus with a quick check back of ace high. Would imagine that, well, Krakow definitely has some interaction now with the straight draw. Bit of mystery meat on the graphics here.
700,000.
700k is the bet. And Catullus lets it go with ace high. Definitely feel as though Krakow has a little bit of the best of Catullus in these early offerings. Made the call with the ace high. We've seen Catullus allow him to show down a jack high. Bets the turn here. Okay, Catullus misses, but I think the one thing I will say for the way Catullus has played, he found 2 3-bets. Ace 4 offsuit, ace 5 offsuit, which were nice.
$500. $500, I mean. Check country. 400,000.
The big flop for both players here. Heads up. Queen, queen, 9. Both making a pair. Krakow with the better kicker at the moment. Bets 400,000. And I like this. Raise from Catullus to 1.2. Plenty of ways to draw value in the heads up when we flop a hand as strong as a 9. Krakow definitely obliged to continue with a lot of ace high, king high. Obviously some draws that the 9 does well against. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Improving both players occasionally. Both players going to have flush draws, both raising and calling. Catullus just deciding for this particular hand, ace of diamonds, not a turn he wants to put more money in. And I think Krakow will feel similarly. Just maneuvering towards the showdown. An 8 does fill up jack 10. Both players again, just happy to check down. It's going to be a chop. 9s, queens, and an ace kicker.
The button should move, right?
I'm confused. I don't know. I look at you, how much you put accordingly, I arrange. I don't know.
I think it's your button now.
Bit of a shift since we started. Started about 19
now,
versus
right?
17. Krakow's moved it to 23
Right,
versus
I
13.
raised, you called with 9-5, yeah.
Chris Compton says, very solid poker. Love to see it. I think Krakow's played really solidly, actually. I do think he's played very well. Across the course of the final table, or certainly the feature tables that we saw as well. Pseudo says, Spraggy, if a hand goes to showdown, who has to show the hand?
Call.
Somebody. So if you want to win, you better show. What is the rule? Last aggressor? That's the rule at the Irish Open always, but I don't think that's normal.
Check. Check on 3.
Top 2 for Krakow. Got shot coming in for Catullus.
1 million.
Checks back on the flop. Krakow in search of value now. Will Catullus stick around with this one? Looks like the answer is yes. He's looking for a 3. But finds a 6. Which you must feel is going to be the best hand a decent amount of the time. Once we check back the flop, we say to Krakow we don't have a very strong hand, and I think Krakow
2.5 million.
bets 2.5 million here, but certainly the type of opponent that is going to blast versus a check back is going to bluff certainly some Jack 10, some 10-8, some King 10. Yeah, and Catullus just feels similarly. Feels like catching that 6 is enough for him to keep Krakow honest. Calls 2.5 million. But once again, Krakow just able to show a monster. Top 2 pair, heads up. And for Catullus, he doesn't really have many better hands. He probably bets a queen on the flop. He probably bets a 9 on the flop. So when he actually makes a 6 at the river, it might be one of the better hands he's going to have. And if you're folding all of your better hands that you can possibly have, your opponent is going to run over you heads up. So I think that Krakow's going to be bluffing enough here that a 6 must call. A 6 does call. But on this occasion, Krakow has it. Don't forget, we've only played about, what, 10 hands of heads up? 15 hands of heads up? Maybe 20? And ultimately, over such a small sample, whoever gets dealt a good distribution has got a very good chance of winning chips, winning pots. So far, that's Matt and Krakow.
500.
500,000.
Raises again with Queen 7. Catullus has a hand to defend. Jack 6 of clubs. Sunderland win the derby. Just said, whoever makes hands over a small sample might win some pots. Well, Catullus in great shape to win this one, but an astute check back from Krakow. Queen high, heads up, retains a lot of showdown value. Steer it one step closer to a river. Catullus going for the double trap. Immediately gets denied. I think we'll seek value for himself here now. Krakow might limit himself. He's got a lot of king high, a lot of ace high. Might limit himself to just calling king highs and ace highs. If he feels like Catullus is taking a bluff in this line too often, he will dip down into some of the queen high. He shouldn't be too worried. He just has an ace high, a king high so often. Shouldn't be too worried about folding a queen. Doesn't really need to get that sticky. And Catullus' attempt at a trap doesn't work out. So Krakow losing, but losing the minimum. Chris Compton says he's not leaking any chips. He's not leaking a drop right now, is he? No. And does race out in front. $26.7 plays 9.3 now. The big game on tour is back, headlined by Rob Gronkowski, one of the finest NFL receivers of all time, to my knowledge. Plus, Antonio Asfandiari, the magician, Phil Hellmuth, and Rania Nasruddin, who herself has final tabled Prague, I believe. Where did Rania make 2 final tables back to back? Maybe not Prague. Barcelona, for certain. But she's playing on the big game on tour, as well as Phil Hellmuth and Antonio Asfandiari, which is great news if you like your old school TV poker. They're back. They're back, baby.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Trophy in the foreground. Beautiful, isn't it? The famous PokerStars Shard trophy. Iconic in its own right. Matan Krakow in the driver's seat in terms of taking that home. Might have to pay an additional hand luggage fee as well, something to consider
500,000
in the deal, in the search for trophies and titles. Don't know who he's flying with. Some European airlines will charge you additional fees for luggage, overweight luggage. Just got to consider it all part of doing business here at the main event, I suppose.
800,000.
Continuation bet here from Catullus. Krakow with the gut shot. Not just the gut shot as well. King high. Obviously, we're going to be beating a lot of the bluffs. We've got to stick around with king high. Catullus making his pair, and now Krakow making a pair of his own. Will Catullus look for further streets? No. Check, check. Krakow doesn't want any more. And Catullus never really going thin in these spots. I think versus a check at the river. Some players are going to want to just milk this queen in the heads up. I think it's quite apparent that your opponent doesn't have an ace and will likely bet better queen X themselves. So Catullus definitely perhaps a little bit too snappy in his check behinds, not really thinking about going for that extra bet at the river. Chris Compton says, you'll have it someday, Spraggy. Funny you should say that. But it's not about me today. But it is a sharp trophy. It's a beautiful trophy. It's a heavy trophy. Which is important if we're considering those aforementioned airline baggage fees.
500,000.
Big pair for Catullus heads up. 500k coming in from Krakow. 2.25 from Catullus. 7 with a fold. It's Catullus's button as we riotously move forward to hand 82 of the day. Other results around the Premier League, what do we have here? Crystal Palace 0, Man City 3. Nottingham Forest 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0. West Ham 2, Villa 3. Wow.
500,000.
Villa mounting a comeback from 2-1 down. 2 goals from Morgan Rogers in the second half.
Call.
Villa might be in a title race the same way these two are. Krakow, Catullus, heads up. A raise and a defend. Keeping the ace-9 suited in the single raise pot. Might be a bit optimistic to 3-bet and call off all the biscuits, and we don't really want to 3-bet fold it. Cthulhu snap checks back flop and rolls a queen. Now on the value hunt.
800,000.
2 clubs and 2 hearts. Krakow with neither. John White says, hello John. Says, did you run of bankroll Sprags? It was always going to happen, to be fair.
The next break is scheduled for 5:30.
What's the time
now? Oh yeah, 16:35. So
Another hour or so.
1 hour more.
Another hour until a break is what we're dealing with. John, what is this? Did I run out of bankroll? Is that what that is supposed to mean?
It will finish before.
I didn't. I'm commentating today, John. I think you've been here the last 4 days. We wouldn't miss the 5th day of coverage, 6th day of the event. Heads up, crowning a champion. Not going to leave this story behind now, are we? We're playing to a winner. We'll be here till the very end, till someone has the shard aloft. Gut shot at the bottom end for Cthulhu's. Continuation bet from Krakow with a whole lot of nothing. Cthulhu's already given off some facial tells. I think it's like kind of doesn't really like his hand that much, but no club, has a gut shot. Comes along for the ride. I wonder if Krakow may be picking up on that. We'll see. Very unappealing hand to barrel the Queen 8 of spades. I think he might like even a value bet on the turn now. Should come in for a small size, get called by some 1 club hands, checking back fine. Either's good. Now this is where Cthulhu needs to bluff again. We saw him check down to 3 high last time, and he snap checked 6 high. And it just allows Krakow either to value bet, which he's doing here, or to show down free winners. We saw him show down a free jack high before. So his equity realization is through the roof. If he wants to show down, Cthulhu is going to let him do it. Which means playing more hands from the button, getting involved in more pots, which you're naturally going to do heads up. He's just going to make more chips than he should in almost every situation. Because Cthulhu is never leading on it. Cthulhu is never forcing here. He would fold out a jack high or a king high. But he's just not finding that aggression in these heads up moments.
500.
500,000.
$1.8 million.
8 raise.
Krakow coming in with a 3-bet again now. 1.8 million.
Good pass.
One-way traffic so far, you must say. I think Krakow putting himself in a favourite, into the position as a favourite to win this tournament now.
$500.
8 raise. 500,000.
Has the confidence to raise the 4 deuce on the button. Cthulhu with Queen 10. Good enough. Sub 10 million chips now, off to a flop. That's 40 big blinds deep. And makes a pair. Krakow very crucially making the gut shot.
400.
Really nice hand to continue with. Has opportunity to improve. Benefits from folding out higher parts of the deck.
1.1.
Oh.
1.1.
And Cthulhu going for the value raise with Queen 10. Certainly a little unexpected given how he's played previously, that he's accessing this thin raise from the second pair. I think calling would be much more in line with what we expect from him.
Call.
But Krakow, peeling in position, looking to make that gut shot. I think he'll feel like if he rolls a 5, he's going to win the tournament. You know, assigning Cthulhu some strong hands. And his draw is enlarged on the turn. Picks up the flush draw. Catullus very quickly betting 2 million chips. We can see that he's correctly, I guess, value betting with this 10, but you could definitely consider it to be erring on the thinner side of things. Check raise flop, bet turn. He is going to run into a fair amount of aces. At the moment, he's just drawing good value from a 4 high. Be really interesting to see how Catullus approaches the river. I would have him checking the majority of them and just being ready to show down. Can't really get called by anything worse now. The weaker 10s... Wow, he's just betting 4 million. I'm not really sure what we're trying to... Not sure what we're really trying to achieve here with a 4 million chip bet. Impossible for a worse 10 to call because it's 10s, 9s and an ace kicker. Krakow has got 4 high and Catullus is left 2.7 million 8 behind. I just wonder whether he's a non-believer in this line. It's such a weird hand to have for 4 million. It's, you know, we'd expect him to bluff if he has queen high. Like, you know, let's say he bluffed queen jack on the flop. Maybe he bluffs that to try and fold out a 10. But I'm not sure what this bet with a 10 is really for. Krakow seems to think the whole hand is fishy, is suspect. Obviously his option would be to click it all in, but got 4 high with just a few million back.
Show one time.
You will see anyway.
Very bizarre hand, not only in the fact that Catullus is value betting this 10, I suppose value betting this 10, or just betting this 10, I guess, because he wants to bet. But the little time bank with the 4 high is interesting, because I don't think he wastes a time bank card just to posture. He must have been thinking, this doesn't make sense. If I click it in, maybe I get a fold. But you're never going to fold out an ace heads up, so you're not really bluffing with a 10, and you can't get called by worse 10. So
5.
3 raise, 500,000.
whatever it was, it worked. He won the pot. Sometimes that's all that matters.
Thank you.
Krakow with the monster.
500.
8 raise, 500.
Continues with his standard min-raise on the button. Jack 8 offsuit in the big blind. Krakow will be upset with the ace high board.
4.
400,000.
Does mean tricky for him to get 3 streets or play the really big pots that he wants to. Catullus continuing with an 8, turn a 9.
Check. 8 check.
Krakow with a quick check behind.
Check.
Will be a lot happier at the river. I don't think he really feels like he takes
1.4 million.
the lead against anything he wasn't already beating. Goes for 1.4 million, and Catullus with a very quick pass. Jorge Oliveira says Catullus should start raising himself, playing too passive. I mean, he did just check raise middle pair, bet turn, and bet river. Not sure that a lack of aggression is his problem.
Make it longer. From till morning, we didn't have even 15 minutes, always doing something.
Okay, let me try to get approval
Please,
on it.
please.
I think they want an earlier break. Ricardo says he's on the final table for a reason, Spraggy. That you don't understand it doesn't mean it was wrong. Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, sure. Why not? He's there, I'm here. Let's check raise middle pair and triplet off. Why not? I agree.
8.
That's on me.
800,000.
Perhaps I know something, he knows something I don't. Of course, you know. It's always possible. It might be targeting a king high. Maybe he feels like his opponent can call the river with king high. Maybe he feels like he never has an ace. Seems like an aggressive read, but we don't know. We absolutely don't know. Ace 5 for Krakow. I think he'll definitely be looking for value at the river.
1.4.
Just trying to get caught by any worse pairs. This check on the turn, signaling that the ace is good a lot of the time. Cthulhu's unable to do anything with the queen high. Folds down to about 12 million. But again, just not choosing to apply the pressure on the turn. Turns the open ender. Just moves himself into the passive line, checking back, realizing his equity, but unsuccessfully this time.
Whatever is good for everyone. I'm easygoing.
Okay, no problem.
My flight is tomorrow night. I'm in no hurry.
Big, yeah?
$500.
So I think
500,000.
Cool.
they're going to take an earlier break than they had scheduled. Krakow raising here for 500k, a defend from the 9-7. It's Cthulhu's this time who flops best. We have seen Krakow, use quite a high frequency c-bet, just quite happy to bet 400k on the majority of flops. I think is absolutely fine, especially given how little resistance Cthulhu's has had for the most part. He's going to check raise his top pair this time. And it will force a quick fold from Krakow. So I believe there's going to be a break after this hand.
Last hand.
Last, yeah.
Friendly one, huh?
Okay, if friendly, I call.
No. Play normal.
Okay, so I called.
Well, last time before the break. Let's see if we're going to even come back from a break. Maybe. One hand to end it. Cthulhu limps the button with ace-3 suited.
We said friendly.
He said friendly. Checking the ace-deuce. Both players with an ace. And an ace on the board.
5.
500,000.
Cthulhu spent 500k. Quite odd. I don't think we've seen a few limped pots, but quite odd for both players to make an ace in a limped pot. You know, typically we might see some aces raising the button or ISOing out of the big blind. But a limp and a check. Let's see if Cthulhu wants to go for another street here.
9.
He does.
900,000.
Krakow will certainly be happy enough with his hand that he'll want to continue. Though we haven't seen too much multi-street aggression. Obviously having an ace in a limp pot is just going to be too much hand to ditch at this juncture. There might be a decision at the river, you know. I don't think that Cthulhu is going to try and 3-street this one. Especially not now. We'll see a check-check, showdown, chop. It was friendly after all. Both had an ace, both chopped it up. And I believe, folks, that we are going on a break here in Prague.
See, we were both playing friendly.
Played normal. Let me go to smoke.
The man needs a break. Let him take it. I don't know how long it is.
15 minutes, yeah.
15 minutes. Huh? We will resume this heads-up match in 15 minutes, folks. I'm going to go and grab some lunch. I'm going to go grab myself a cup of tea. We've got plenty of play left before we crown a champion, it feels like. 42 big blinds for Bora Katulis, 77 big blinds for Matan Krakow. 23.4 plays 13.3. Krakow having the best of this heads-up match so far, but Katulis, whilst down, is far from out. 44 big blinds deep. Ample room for maneuver and ample room for him to swing this heads-up back in his favor. A reminder that a deal was struck. Krakow taking home 703,000. Katulis taking home slightly more, 760 something. 75,000 euros left to play for in this heads up and the trophy. We'll be right back.
Guerrero with the chip advantage right now. 36.7 million plays 32.1 million. Blind 600k, 1.2 million.
They're even in stacks-ish, but there's not a lot of play to be had in that number of big blinds.
6-5 off on the button for Guerrero.
2.7.
And he's raising. Jack 10 for Bendinelli in the big.
Can I change my raise?
What?
I want to make 2.8.
You said 2.7. You said 2.8?
Yeah, but I want to make 2.8.
No, you cannot.
He's got you there.
He's joking, he's joking.
Bendinelli calls. And the Italian flops top two.
All Bendinelli again.
Check, check. And Bendinelli improves to a full house on the turn. He's going to bet 2 million. Well, Guerrero has 6 high. He is drawing dead.
Oh, Lord.
But he calls?
If Jimmy's calling here, it means he's going to do something crazy on the river.
4 of diamonds changes nothing. Bendinelli betting again. $3.5 million.
Any chips Jimmy puts into the pot here, he is not getting back.
He thinks better of it. He folds.
Dude has made some incredible reads so far.
So Bendinelli wins the pot. And he will regain the advantage. Could have been an even bigger advantage if Jimmy had got crazy with 6 high. As things stand, Giuliano's now playing a stack of 36.8 million. Jimmy Guerrero, 32 million. And it's Bendinelli first to act here. He's on the button in the small blind. With pocket 8s.
Absolute monster heads up. Abominable snow monsters. Num num.
He raises to 3 million. Jimmy Guerrero has Jack 7 of spades in the big blind.
Definitely worth a call.
He does call. We go to the flop, which is Jack 9-8. It's top pair and a straight draw for Guerrero, but Bendinelli has flopped a set.
Mamma mia.
Guerrero checks. Bendinelli is a 4-1 favorite. He continues for 2.5 million. Guerrero calls. The turn card is the Jack of clubs. Guerrero improves to trips. Bendinelli now has a full house.
Papa Pia.
Guerrero checks a second time. Bendinelli firing a second barrel, 5.5 million.
Jimmy's in big, big trouble, but maybe, just maybe, he can get away on a bad river.
Guerrero calls again. We now have 23.2 million in the middle. We are going to the river, which is the 8 of diamonds. Guerrero now has a full house, but Bendinelli has rivered quads.
Baby's gonna win an EPT.
Action on Guerrero. He's gonna lead. He's betting small, 3.8 million.
It's all going in. It's just a matter of when.
All in.
There it is. Bendinelli shoves on Guerrero.
Good joke, yeah. No, I think I'll go check now.
Guerrero calls!
I win!
You heard the man! He wins! After being down to just one big blind, Giuliano Bendinelli bounces back to win the biggest EPT main event in history.
Best EPT final table of all time.
Jimmy Guerrero, the runner-up for 1.25 million.
And locked up a nice score in the deal.
Another near miss for this very entertaining character. Giuliano Bendinelli will receive close to 1.5 million and he will lift the main event trophy. He is an EPT champion. What an incredible comeback story.
What a watch.
See cooler, like last hand, see cooler.
This could be a movie.
An amazing end to an incredible final table.
All right, next hand, Queen 10 of the offsuit variety for Side and Streaker.
Raised to 1.1. Vitsiak with 6-5 of clubs.
This is not an unreasonable 3-betting hand, James. I definitely wouldn't mind a little raisey daisy here.
A raisey daisy?
Yeah, 6-5 suited, 8-7 suited. Definitely some frequency of 3-bet there at the stack depth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 27, 37, I don't know.
Vitsiak has played one-time bank cards so far.
4 million.
And you're right, Nick, he has decided to 3-bet with this hand. And I guess with a hand like Queen 10, with position, Side and Stricker can legitimately call this re-raise to 4 million?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just plays nicely in position. I don't expect to see a 4-bet here. That seems a bit over the top. But this is a very, very good situation to try and take it post-flop against an aggressive opponent. Indeed has the best hand, and that's an important part of deciding whether or not you're going to call. How frequently does my opponent actually have a bluff here?
9-5 deuce, so a pair of 5s for Vitsiak. Side and Stricker with 2 overs to the board and a backdoor straight draw. Vitsiak has the pre-flop betting lead and continues into this pot of 8.4 million.
Yeah, there's quite a few nice turns here for Vitsiak, as well as just having the pair right here, right now. But that small continuation in relation to the pot means he's going to float with queen 10 here. Queen or a 10 would be very dangerous for Witsyak.
So it was 3 million, the bet on the flop, called by Seidenstricker. Witsyak now slows down, checking this turn card. He is an 86% favorite, but it is Seidenstricker who's going to take over the betting.
Yeah, James, I don't think he's intending on check folding this turn, especially not having picked up a straight draw, right? Even if he's got it completely wrong and he is losing, he still has additional equity with that 4 on the turn, although it's not a ton. I anticipate a check call on this turn loads. A player at Witsjak's level will understand that his opponent will have floats here with 2 overcards, for example, like exactly like queen 10.
3.5 million apiece. The 9 of hearts on the river pairing the board. 21.4 in the million. Seidenstricker has less than pot behind. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
James, I really think that if he pulls the trigger, he could get looked up here. The 9 is actually a really, really good card to see if you have 6-5.
Counting his stack in relation to the pot. He shoves! He bluff shoves with just queen high, and Witsyak has the best hand with a pair of 5s.
Wow, he can definitely call here. This is a spot that's going to be bluffed a ton given the action.
If he calls, it's over. If he calls, he's an EPT champion.
How much?
He asked for a count. I mean, it's most of Witsyak's stack. It would be a huge mistake to make. You call here and you're wrong. It's over for you.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the 9 is actually really good because the 9 kind of is what you think Seidenstricker might have when he limp calls here. This run out means there's fewer combinations of 9 remaining, and I think that means he's going to have more bluffs. I really think he might make the call here. It's a huge moment. Imagine making this hero call and claiming victory here in Barcelona.
The former professional footballer, the former engineer, a guy who has been mentored and coached by Antoine Saout, with a decision that if he makes the right call, will earn him an EPT title.
You can do it, mate. I believe in you. I love hero calls.
Playing a time bank card, thinking about this.
I think he's trying to get a live read now, James. Seems to be looking at his opponent a ton here, trying to get some live tells.
This would be a huge call, and it will be a tournament-winning call.
Look at this from the rail.
Plays another time bank card. He's made the call!
Oh, wow.
We have a result here in Barcelona. It is Simon Witsyak from France who takes the title and trophy. The additional 100,000 euros in prize money and crushes the hopes and dreams of the Brazilians.
Wow, what a call. Absolutely fantastic poker. He's dominated this tournament, and what a dominant call to take the trophy.
He has been chip leader for so much of the late stages of this 5K main event. He closes it out. He takes it down. He'll lift the trophy. He'll claim the single biggest slice of the 10 million euro prize pool. While Zhao Seidenstricker is the runner-up.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros. And a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
Hume starts this hand with 8 big blinds. Gets shoved on by Song, and he is calling. Song with a 7.
Oh, they have 8.
Hume.
8. I have A7. He's 8.
Pocket 8.
You know, we did see A7 beat 8s yesterday. Could happen.
So Hume gets it in as the favourite, gets it in with a pocket pair, but how well has Stephen Song run in all-ins today? Hume, 71% to get the double up. No ace on the desk. However, additional outs for Stephen Song. Fours working for him as well. Turn card. It's a 4. Hume can still spike a 7. As the cliche goes, it isn't over until the fat lady sings.
Crazy. Oh.
She has sung, and for Stephen Song, it's victory. Here at EPT Barcelona, he will lift the trophy. He joins the ranks of European Poker Tour champions.
Welcome back to Prague for the main event. We are heads up. 2 contenders, 2 competitors for the grandest prize on the European Poker Tour. It's a main event trophy. A deal has already been struck. They're playing heads up for €75,000. It will be contested between these 2 men. Matan Krakow, your chip leader with 22.975 million, and Bora Catullus. 13.7 million. He trails, but he's 45 big blinds deep. And he'll have the resolve to turn this one around and take home the trophy. We are suitably dressed for the final table. We are suitably dressed to crown a champion. This is the main event, for goodness sake. They're back from the break. Cards are in the air. Blinds are 150,000, 300,000.
600.
A raise from the 6-7 of diamonds to kick us off for Krakow. 8s for Catullus. Immediate 3-bet.
2.3 million.
Bumps it up to 2.3 million. Krakow in position with a very playable hand. We've seen Catullus take this line with ace-4 offsuit, ace-5 offsuit. So certainly know he's capable of some lighter 3-bets. Krakow might fancy his chances playing in position with a hand that can flop very well. Certainly some shared interactions between these 2 hands in particular. He's in the time bank here. Just wonder whether he's got any... Having come back off break, maybe he's just seen that his opponent is 3-betting a lot of offsuit aces. Maybe he's got some ideas of more aggression. It's the most we've seen either player tank pre-flop. Okay, lands on call. Does land on call. 4.9 million already in the middle. Catullus with the 8s. It's 4-5 king. Open ender for Krakow. And we mentioned that there might be some shared interaction between these 2. Wow, he bet 4 million. He bet 4 million with 2 8s on the king high board, close to the size of the pot. If I'm Krakow, oh, he's all in. We're all in. He's applied the maximum pressure. And this is really the problem that we saw rear its head for Catullus before. Check raise, he calls it off. He's at that middle part of the deck, isn't he? But he does have the best hand. Krakow says he needs help, and he'll hate to see the 8s because that's 2 of his outs dead.
What a call.
What a call, he says. Krakow in big trouble. We said that Catullus might have the resolve to turn this one around. 27 million chips in the middle. Krakow looking for a 3 or an 8. But Catullus holding 2 of them. Can he hold for heaps heads up? His job is done. He got it in with the best of it. Significantly the best of it. An ace on the turn. It is a diamond.
Lot of
Lot of outs. This one's getting sweatier.
Lan ne üçü? Dalga geçmeyin adamla.
Catullus has to dodge to stay alive. And it's a diamond. Krakow
Great playing.
spikes the river and is your Prague main event champion.
Good game.
You again caught me. You caught me again. Good job.
I mean, I should call that because only king there, and it's not easy to have. If you have ace king or something, you prefer
You played great.
You
played
prefer
great.
ball. That's why I called.
You caught me. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, it's fist pumps from Matan Krakow. He is your champion in Prague. Gets it all in with the open-ender. Joined by Israel.
Wow.
Takes home 778,000 euro for a grand prize after a deal was made three-handed. That man who was so much fun to watch, Bora Catullus, falls just short of becoming the first ever Turkish EPT champion. He's leaving with 758,000 euro. But Matan Krakow will be leaving with the trophy and a place in the history books as your Prague 2025 main event champion. It only took one hand back from the break. What a 5 days we've had. Lots of fun poker being played. A very, very fun final table. With a lot of fun short stacks spinning up, trying to survive.
Wow.
We will, of course, stick around. We've got a trophy presentation. But thank you so much for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed all the poker. I know I've really enjoyed bringing you the coverage. I've really enjoyed watching along with you guys. Very honored, privilege for PokerStars to give me control of this content, to give me the EPT broadcast and allow me to present it in my own way and enjoy it with you lot. If you've enjoyed it too, make sure you subscribe. Hopefully we get to do more. Make sure you follow on Twitch. We'll have a recap up for you from today's action. We'll have a recap up for you on YouTube later today. But there's confirmation then. Matan Krakow, first place finish, 778k euro. Bora Catullus, second place, 757,400 euro. Both players leaving with just over €750,000 euro. As we remember some of the other players we saw at this final table. Conor O'Driscoll was hanging out in the chat earlier. Vidislav Czech's been hanging out in the chat for years. Great to see those guys do well. Pau and Badsel with the spin. That's it. Another bow on the top of another European Poker Tour. And the end of the EPT for 2025. We'll be back in 2026, of course, with the first stop being in Paris. I hope to either be there playing or to come back to share it once again with my wonderful audience. Uselot, thank you for participating in all of my silly games and clicking the like on the buttons and clicking the brackets and voting and spamming your ones and your twos. Putting people on the share rankings, the power rankings. Don't forget, BSOP main event is running online today as well. I'm probably going to jump on for an online session. I don't think I'm going to stream. I'm exhausted. 10 or 11 hour days for the last 5 days. My voice needs a rest. It's just been non-stop talking. Banging on and on and on. But cheers to you, folks. A swig of tea for EPT Prague 2025. I hope you enjoyed it. you enjoyed it as much as I did, you had a hell of a time. I believe Joe Stapleton's got to get his suit on. And we will momentarily hear from Joe on the floor of King's Casino Prague for our trophy presentation. Thank you very much for all the well wishes. A big shout out to all our mods. Shout out to Ruth, shout out to Pad, shout out to Apples, shout out to everybody helping behind the scenes. Shout out to Mac and the team and to Pete for putting together the recap videos, the highlight videos. Shout out to Mr. P. Zugler for building all the gimmicks, all the likes per minutes and all the brackets and all the bells and whistles and all the production. Thank you very much to Mr. P. Zugler for that. Thank you for you lot participating, being here, having a good time. We'll do it again one day, maybe, I hope. What else have we got? Let me see the schedule here. Am I going to get baited into a stream? What do we got? I could do it getting off my feet. I know that. Let's hand it over to Joe.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation from the EPT Prague main event. Here with me on stage alongside our winner is PokerStars Associate Director of Live Event Operations, Cedric Bilot, EPT Live Events Manager, Margarita Kuzmina, and Poker Manager for Kings Resort, David Vig. Before we speak to the winner, Cedric would like to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, indeed, just a few words. This was the last EPT main event of the 2025 season. So I obviously want to give a massive thank you to all players who came to play with us this year in different stops from Monte Carlo, Barcelona. We missed Paris in 2025, but Paris is coming back in 26. That will be the next EPT. We hope to see many of you there. I will also take a chance to thank our partner here, King's Casino, represented by David, and all the teams involved. So big thank you to everyone involved in all EPT this year. We have a last PokerStars live event this year, next week in Cannes, where we'll crown our last PokerStars champion this year. And again, next EPT will be in Paris in February 26. Thank you again, everyone. Now it's time to crown our winner.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Before we hand the trophy over, just a couple of questions here for you, Matan. Came back from a massive heads-up deficit. How you feeling about your heads-up game right now?
First of all, I have to give credit to my opponent because he played great. He called me down a few times on bluffs of mine, and he was giving me a very hard time. And even the last hand, I had to get lucky. He made a massive call there. I will say it's in a way closing a circle because I started my poker career about 15, 16 years ago playing heads-up sit-and-goes on PokerStars. And yeah, so I did feel comfortable in the heads-up game, but also needed a little bit of luck.
That's very cool. I know that you work in the poker industry. What's it going to be like when you go back into the office?
So first of all, it was amazing that they were all, you know, the WhatsApp group, everyone was super excited, and someone said, does Matan have enough days off for all of these days that it's taking? And my boss immediately wrote there, he has everything he needs, so they're very supportive, and yeah, I'm sure they're extremely excited, and I'm excited.
Well, we take care of our own in the poker industry. One last question. I know that you are a co-author on Eli Elezra's biography. Do you think that he'll be helping you write yours now?
Eli is not just a great player, he's also a legend with an amazing story. And he also wrote me during the tournament to say he's following and watching. And yeah, I don't think he's going to write my biography, but I'm happy together with him.
Well, we've got a great player and a legend standing right with us on stage here. One thing left to do, everyone. Besting a field of 1,224 entries to take the title and over 775,000 euros. Please give it up for Matan Krakow.
Firm handshakes from Joe, Cedric, and the team. Matan is your champion. If you want a recap of any of the action that you've seen or anything going on around the PokerStars world, be it live or online, you can head to the PokerStars blog. Those guys do a great job of keeping us up to date with all the events, both live and online. All that is left to be said is thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for your support. I really enjoyed the broadcast. Couldn't do it without you. As we close the chapter of another EPT, join us back here in February, EPT Paris in 2026. I shall be there playing, commentating, involved in some capacity. But for now, it's good night from Prague.
It's my first ever EPT main event cash. I need to win this. This one is for me.
If these guys can do it, so can I.
It's already a dream come true to be at the final table of an EPT.
I mean, it's quite surreal. I'm just happy to be here.
Ready? Let's go.
So now it's time to fly.